Good morning, everyone. Welcome to KZN AFASA roadshow. First, I would like to thank each and every one of you for honoring this event. Our organizers, sponsors, our panelists, and our young farmers. Okay. Igama lami ngu-Angelo Wamtoyi. Igama lami ngu-Angelo Wamtoyi. I'm a provincial leader AFASA KZN. I would like to invite Mr. Subedi Kezondi, who's going to be welcoming our guest. Thank you.
Program Director, Mr. Mtombeni, my sister, Mrs. Ntoy Andele, all the organizing team for this event, our national office bearers, the representative of our national office. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Chube Zondi. I'm a provincial secretary here in KZN. In a main structure, because this event, I understand that it's a youth event, it's a youth celebration event. Under the theme of educate, develop, and empower. Okay, let me carry on with my duty that I'm supposed to do here. I would like to greet the government officials for the department. I know at any time our honorable MEC will join us to give us the weight of support or the strength. But I have identified, or I have noticed that we joined by Mama Mkiz. We've been working with her for quite a long time in many programs of which we deal with in the province. She's being supportive to us as an organization. I will welcome all the youth from the different provinces, since Mr. Ntombeni, our program director, is from Mpumalanga. I've noticed that there are some from other provinces as well. Our stakeholders, as Mrs. Ntoyi said, our stakeholders and sponsors and strategic partners, all of them, I would like to welcome them. With a special welcoming, I would like to welcome all the farmers. I've noticed that there are farmers from far as Umzinyati district, Bonile Bakona, Nabasumkanya, Zululand district, and I know if it wasn't the observation of the pandemic that we are, this hall will be full of its own capacity. We've done that, we filled it up in some occasion, but we tried to not mobilize for this hall. So I want to welcome everyone who drove from different spheres of the province or of the country. I would like to emphasize that, or I would like to introduce our organization, but maybe someone will introduce more than I. Our organization is a national-based organization. Our headquarters is from in Pretoria, with the Research Council. Our organization is in all 9 provinces. You may name all the 9 provinces, but I will zoom in here in KZN. Us as a leadership, we have managed to maneuver or manage to mobilize the farmers in all 11 districts. with one metro, which is Ethekwini. We managed to dominate all the black imaging farmers within the province. Most of the farmers, they know us, whether in a social networks or whether in a media space. We've been mobilizing. Without, if there was not this period of the COVID-19, we are planning that we want to make all these roadshows in all 11 districts. We managed to mobilize the farmers on a local level. You may name them Ibenge and other the rural areas. So our main task is to close the gap between imaging farmers and commercial farmers. So by doing that, we managed to link imaging farmers, link them with commercial farmers. Either it's a cattle production or crop production, you may name them. So we would like to welcome everyone and feel at home. And I thank you.
I would request that we adhere to the COVID-19 rules, that each and everyone can keep their mask on, please. We will move on, and thank you, Mr. Chube. We are so happy to be in your province and see the youth which has came all up from all the districts. We are going to now ask for a keynote address from Omama, Dr. Mkhize. Ma, we are your children. Can we put our hands together as she walks up? Oh.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Mama. I want you to take audible. I was wondering what these two bottles are. I thought there's some name, but it's sanitizer. Let me greet everyone this morning. And I just want to say all protocol observed. I'm going to try and speak slowly because the mask can cause some impediments. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Nomfuzo Mkhize. I'm an employee in the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm a chief director responsible for research and training institutes, which is the two colleges, the Oscar and Sidara. I'm here before you today, as requested by the Honorable MEC. Unfortunately, due to other engagements, which include the parliamentary meetings, and it's a Wednesday today, so she could not be here. She might join us later, but I have to make sure that we continue the program. Hence, I'm going to give you her speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read the speech. In other words, I'm going to give you the message that the Honorable MEC prepared for you as it is. I'm not going to change a word. I'm not going to change anything because she had a reason for preparing this speech for you. So please bear with me as I read her speech word for word. Program Director, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. I'm excited to be part of these roadshows that we're having during the Youth Month. I'm happy because I have witnessed the eagerness, the passion, and the willingness by young people to fully participate in the agricultural sector. We hope that today's deliberations will yield the desired results and help in improving and consolidating efforts to enhance access to information and ultimately increasing awareness of possibilities that are available in the agribusiness sector. Isisho sesiZulu sithi umsenge uhlaba usamile. Lokhu kusho ukuthi ikusasa lokuthuthuka kwemboni yezolimo lilele ezandleni zabantu abasha. Kuliqiniso elingephiwa umuntu ukuthi imboni yezolimo igcwele abantu abadala. Yingakho sisebenza ngokuzikhandla ukuqula lesimo ukuze intsha iqhubeke yondle isizwe. Am I still audible? Andile wants me to be told today. Andile wants me to be told today, and I'm going to try my best to grow. May I please continue with the speech?
Yes.
At the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in KwaZulu-Natal, we have a huge responsibility to attract young people to take part in the agricultural sector in order to address the youth unemployment and push back at the frontiers of poverty. Therefore, we need to make agriculture fashionable and make agriculture our culture. On the same score, we are equally aware that there's an assumption that agriculture is not more than day carry-on. Mind you, we are coming from an era where agriculture was used as a form of punishment than a critical sector that can stimulate the economy. As a result, the majority of our young people grew up hating agriculture with a passion and not seeing it as an important tool to alleviate poverty. It is against this background that we encourage young people to partake in agriculture. It is also important to ensure that we equip them with proper skills to enter the job market or to start up their businesses. Because the Natal population is currently estimated to be at 11.3 million people. Out of this figure, 21.1%, which is about 2.1 million, is estimated to be youth. However, due to the legacy of the apartheid policies of the past and the existing gaps in current policies, this segment of our population is still faced with socio-economic challenges, such as high rate of unemployment, poverty, and lack of business opportunities and skills relevant to the market. Breaking the cycle of poverty and unemployment, as well as increasing business opportunities for young people to participate fully and meaningfully in the economic landscape, remains a challenge for South Africa. Program Director, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has heeded the clarion call of the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sithe Zikalala, who has put emphasis on the youth in agriculture and rural development, when he said he wants young people to take an interest in agriculture and farming, and to enable them to venture into export markets in the BRICS partnerships, the Middle East, Gulf region, and Europe trade opportunities. Sikwenza lokhu ngoba siyakhona ukuthi abantu abasha bangadlala iqhaza elibalulekile kuqolethiwe embonini yezolimo. Ngokuthi ningabantu abasha, nikhiqizele ukudayisa imikhiqizo yenu, ukuze nifule umnotho kule mboni yezolimo KwaZulu-Natal. Nethemba lokuthi imbuthwane yalolu hlobo izoba nesihlava sokuthi abantu abasha bangathatha ezolimo njengemkhakha eyokwenza ukuthi iningi labantu abasha ligcine lingangeni kule mboni. Siyazi ukuthi intsha eningi ayizithatha ezolimo njengomkhakha osemgangathweni. Yingakho beshiya indawo zasemakhaya bafudukele emadolobheni. Empeleni kumele ngabe nisebenza kuwona umhlaba wasemakhaya ukuze nixoshe ikati eziko. Kepha ngazi ukuthi sinenqaba yama-hectares ezindaweni zasemakhaya esingatshala kuzona, kodwa lokhu akwenzeki ngoba abantu abasha
bathuthele ezindaweni ezisedolobheni. Mphathi wohlelo, ezolimo ziwumgogodla wezomnotho KwaZulu-Natal. Uma singatshala sikhiqize imifino enomsoco, singakwazi ukukhuphula umnotho wesifundazwe. Mphathi wohlelo, yisona kanye leso sizathu esenze uhulumeni wesifundazwe ngaphansi kokuqonda kukaNdunatu wezikalala sisebenze ngokuzikhandla ekufukuleni ezolimo ukuze sinyuse umnotho siphinde sidale amathuba ezemisebenzi. Babalelwa ku-42.1% abantu abasha abangasebenzi kulesi sifundazwe sethu, kanti singabesibili emva kwesifundazwe sase-North West. Ngaleyo ndlela sithi ezokulima yizo ezizodala amathuba emisebenzi eyisibili kuyintsha ngonyaka ka-2030. Kubalulekile kakhulu ukuthi intsha idlale indima yayo kwezolimo ukuze iqinisekise ukuthi sinokudla okwanele. Siyafisa-ke ukusho ukuthi sizimisele ukuxhasa abantu abasha ukuthi bangene kule mboni yezolimo siphinde sibanikeze ulwazi ngokuhlule okukhona kuwona lo mkhakha. Ucwaningo lwethu singumnyango lukhombisa ukuthi iningi labalimi abadayisela inzuzo baneminyaka engaphezu ka-55, okusho ukuthi sebekhulile. Ngaleyo ndlela kubalulekile ukuthi abalimi bathuthukise amakhono entsha ukuze iqhubeke nezolimo. Mphathi wohlelo, yingakho singumnyango sibone ukuthi ukuthuthukiswa kwamakhono entsha kubaluleke kakhulu uma sizimisele ukushintsha le mboni. Program Director, I salute young farmers who are doing brilliant work to transform this sector. Hence, our programs and projects are mainly targeting youth and women. During this Youth Month, we recognize the work of young people. As a result, we will be launching the Skills Development Program, where 215 graduates will be trained and acquire relevant experience on how to run farms. As the department will also re-energize the Unemployment Graduate Program. This program is aimed at equipping young people with the skills and practicals required in the agricultural sector. Just this Friday, we'll be launching our Unemployed Graduate Program in Drivage in the Zululand district. Ladies and gentlemen, as the department will have declared this year as the Year of Livestock, in order to unlock the livestock potential in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal mandated the department to conduct an assessment of land reform farms in the province. I must hasten to say that over 2,000 farms have been reviewed for resuscitation, and a comprehensive report projected a financial investment of 5.5 billion rands to bring them back to production. The non-production of these farms puts a burden on the amount of food produced for the people of the province, thus increasing the price of food in the market. This is the reason why the province will need a phased-in investment from the national government to fund the resuscitation of over a period of 4 years. While the department has been supporting communal farmers over the past year, in the current financial year and beyond, there's going to be an invigorated interest to promote commercialization of both beef and goat enterprises produced by communal farmers. Over 30 million rand has been set aside to help ignite the genesis of this program in the province. To this end, the department will be promoting actions of livestock across the province, especially in the districts with a competitive advantage for livestock production. As part of the pilot districts, communal beef improvement will concentrate in Mkanyakude, Utukela, and Herikwana districts. While for the goat improvement, we will concentrate in Mkanyakude, Umzunyaji, Utukela, Infletrayo, and Zululand districts. That's in this current financial year. Lokhu sikwenza ngoba siyawazi ama-district ane-potential, anemfuyo already and ane-potential yokwenza ngcono kwemfuyo yakhona. Asingabazi-ke ukuthi lo mcimbi wanamuhla uzonikeza umhlahlandlela ukuthi abantu abasha bangene ngobuningi babo kwezolimo, uqinisekisa ukudla okwanele kulesi sifundazwe. baphinde bahwebelane nezinye izifundazwe kanye namazwe aphesheya. Program Director, as I conclude, we are determined to transform and bring radical change to the sector. Kungumsebenzi wethu sonke ukuqinisekisa ukuthi isizwe sinokudla okwanele. Indlala ayinakuhlanga, ayicwasi ngokwebala nangokwepolitiki. Ngakho-ke kungumsebenzi wethu sonke ukuthuthukisa kwezolimo ukuze silwe nendlala. Ngiyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilma. Dr. Kiza. We are still waiting on some guests, so we are just going to change the program a bit, and we are going to move on to the rabbit. Our programs. Yes, rabbit farming by Lunga Gangu Ne. Please, please, may we welcome Mr. Lunga at the podium. You'll rectify the surname once you get here. Thank you.
The Program Director, the leadership of AFASA, Dr. Mkize, and the MEC in absentia, PTO. My name is Lunga Zungwane. I represent here today an organization that is called the Rabbit Workshop. The Rabbit Workshop was formed by two people, myself and a colleague of mine from Future Farmers, Mr. Stewart. The compelling reason behind formation of the Rabbit Workshop is the exclusion of many people who wanted to take part in this growing industry, especially the black and young people. Our vision was to make sure that the industry is becoming more and more inclusive to those people who are not included, especially by the traditionally called rabbit clubs, who are mainly dominated by people of the white race in this country, which is also not a problem because we know rabbits from long ago. We didn't keep them in our stalls or in our farms, we hunted them. But they were able to learn from others in order to know how to farm them. And so the vision behind the Rabbit Workshop is to make sure that we are inclusive, not only to black people, but also to other people in terms of our political geographic segmentation. So we are very keen to help in terms of helping people with good rabbit genetics, helping people with good rabbit knowledge in terms of just to know what do you do when you keep a rabbit. Most people have got a misaligned understanding of rabbits. They think it's a chicken. They think because it's almost the same size, it must cost the same amount, that it also must be kept just like a chicken. Unfortunately, the welfare standards do not allow us to keep rabbits like that. There are many ways that one could keep rabbits. The problems that come with housing rabbits just like you house chickens, become very, very big. and I've seen horrifying pictures of people who were keeping rabbits like that. However, there are many, many ways of keeping rabbits that we teach people on how to do it. Some of them are ones that we have managed to do well ourselves, but some of them are the ones that we are learning from our counterparts, especially in Europe. We are affiliated to the British Rabbits Club, and if you know what that means, it sounds as if you are affiliated to the mecca of rabbit keeping professionalism. Those guys have been there for a very long time, and they kindly accepted us to be their partners. One of the things that we have done in terms of genetics and keeping genetics in this country is that the rabbits, if you go outside there, around about 10, you will see some of the rabbits and some of the photos is there as well. There is a rabbit that is called chinchilla. There is a standard size and a gigantor size. In South Africa, you are not allowed to import rabbits from other countries because of diseases such as rabbit hemorrhagic disease, which is worse than coronavirus in the world of rabbits, because your rabbits, before your tests come back, all your rabbits would have died before you know what is killing your rabbits. And because of that, we were not able to import, but we were able to develop some of the rabbits that have actually disappeared altogether in South Africa. And that rabbit right now, which is called the chinchilla, is winning shows, virtual shows all over the world, which means that if we were to take those rabbits to Europe, to America, those rabbits, our rabbits, would actually be winning those shows as best in shows. That is something very big. That is one of the ways I want to show you how serious we are getting with rabbits. And one of the things that we are also keen on doing, that is the preservation side of things, which we are deep into. And we are also into helping people who want to become commercial farmers. So I do get a lot of emails and messages for people saying, I want to join the rabbits, and then where is the market? Unfortunately, the rabbit market is growing very, very slowly, but gradually. What I like about that is that we get to be able to say what it is that we are going to do with the rabbits and how we are actually going to make it into a profitable business going forward. And if we join right now and then we become part of this movement, we are actually going to be the ones who are going to determine how the rabbits or the rabbit industry is going to develop going forward. So we also run shows where we also help people here to know. At the moment we can't be able to physically show rabbits, and so we help people to know how to show their rabbits. Why do you show your rabbits? It's because you need to know that in your rabbitry you've got the top genetics. And also because of COVID, the positive of that is that we get international judges that we bring on board who can actually look at your rabbits and tell you that your rabbit is good this way and that way. I'm very happy today because we are here in Sidara, Dr. Mkhize. The embarrassing thing about South Africa and rabbit is that every year, every 4 years, there is a rabbit congress. Last year it was meant to take place in France. 4 years before it was in China. Future Farmers was able to send one young lady to that summit. You get papers, about 120 papers in a space of 6 days, and they all get discussed. They are all scientific. A single paper. This is our problem, and that we also would like to engage ourselves into, because if we are going to go into rabbits, we need to be scientific. We cannot go into rabbits with speculation. When we talk about rabbit housing, we need to know why are we making it particular dimensions. The rabbits that most people who have been to Europe that will see hopping around in the mountains of England or France, those rabbits are wild rabbits, mainly because they've been there in the First World War. You know, when there's a war, food goes down. Rabbits have always been there to help the communities go up. And so some of the people see rabbits out there in Europe as poverty food. But we know that rabbits are actually very nutritious, far more nutritious than chicken, far more nutritious than pork and beef. And I'm not going to go into that. You can Google that. That is information that is out there. But what I wanted to say about the rabbits hopping around in the mountain is that so you cannot mix rabbits in one place and think that it's going to work well. However, if you keep your rabbits in a space that we keep them in cages, we know, I'm talking about being scientific, is that from 3 meters of radius to about 1 meter by 60 centimeters, we know that each rabbit is able to associate with its neighbors. They know their parameter, they are comfortable with that, and that it also helps the rabbits in terms of just knowing that they are safe, and also the rabbit can reproduce. Because it can reproduce, we know that the welfare standard is very good. If the rabbit is in any way stressed, you get a lot of problems, disease, infertility, and quite a lot of other problems that you may actually get, you can imagine. So these are all the things that we go into detail on as a rabbit workshop, and we would like to also say to young people, please look out there. In South Africa right now, the rabbit industry is one of the booming industries, and everybody calls themselves an expert. And because of that, many people have lost money, and people have been conned. I've been part of helping people to recover their monies from the so-called experts. In one rabbitry, my colleague has got 1,000 rabbits, and she has got so many rabbit breeds inside that rabbitry that we cannot really just take apart everything that is there. And some people will go out there and call themselves experts just by keeping one breed, which is the New Zealand White. And it's not even the original breed, it's a recessive. And these people, they do this because they want to run their pyramid schemes. I'm not going to call names, but we know that people have lost millions. The government has also lost a lot of money where they invested in helping people to start rabbitries. We want to get rid of all of those things. And we want to say that integrity, honesty, and professionalism will actually take us far if we embrace all of those things. And we want to call upon young people to look out for such things and to embrace these values so that we can grow this industry to be one of the biggest industries in the country that is exporting and feeding our people. So I would like to thank you so much, Program Director, for this opportunity, and thank you so much for AFASA for allowing this opportunity for us to talk. We will be outside there, and we would like to engage with you on other things to do with what the rabbit can do. I thank you.
Thank you. I'll request that our speakers can join Mark and Dr. Kiza, so it can be easier and faster for them to be. I request as they do that, we put our eyes together for them. Please. Our keynote speakers? Okay. Let's move on to a fresh produce market, which is Mrs. Bonnie Sibe. I can't see what they wrote. Listen, yeah. The handwriting you notice also when you get it right.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I say something? Just two things. The first one is on the rabbit story. There's a live KZN of the channel. The National Department of Agriculture is working on a rabbit master plan. So don't give up those who want to start rabbitries. Number two, this is very critical. We need to educate each other. In terms of COVID, transmitting COVID will happen through the nose and lips. If your nose is not covered, you're just the same as someone who's not wearing a mask. Not many people breathe through their mouth. So if your nose is showing, who's bad look or funny. So I do request that we please respect each other and cover the nose and the mouth. Okay? So that we can all, we don't want anyone who's gonna be sick from here, and then you say our event was a super spread. Please, colleagues, thank you so much. What's the number?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Bonsiwa, and my surname is Tongo. I hope it's clear now. I would like to start by greeting everyone who's present in this auditorium today. And we would like to thank you for the opportunity to invite eThekwini municipality, the Durban Fresh Produce Market, to share some light in terms of trading in eThekwini market. I will start by giving an indication of trading in the market. The Durban Fresh Produce Market is operating under eThekwini municipality. The Durban Fresh Produce Market doesn't sell the produce of farmers to buyers, but they provide the infrastructure to the marketing agents that are located in the Durban Fresh Produce Market to sell the fresh produce to the existing buyers that are in the market. So I know that normally we receive calls of people asking us the prices of produce. We don't sell the produce, but we have 4 market agents that are operating there that are selling produce on behalf of the farmers. And we provide that infrastructure and we facilitate the whole process of selling. From the time we receive the produce in terms of consignment until it is sold to our buyer. What is the function of the market? The function of the market, we open this market to all buyers. So when you're talking about buyers, you're talking about the wholesalers, you're talking about the supermarkets, we're talking about the retailers, the food processors, the informal traders. I want to emphasize the informal traders. We have a huge percentage of informal traders. Most of the people that you see them in town selling the fresh produce, they buy it from the Durban Fresh Produce Market for reselling in town or even in our own platform traders. So we also do sell to a public. We sell to housewives. Sometimes people, they think that because we are a bulk market, so people are not allowed to buy. So I cannot even get something for my house. Yes, you can come to the market and get your produce. But because our produce is mostly offered in bulk, that's why we're selling to the big retailers, to the people who are reselling. But again, we do accommodate the public at large. The suppliers, when you talk about the suppliers, you're talking about the suppliers of fresh produce. And those suppliers are obtained from the commercial farmers, the emerging farmers, and other fresh produce suppliers, which are the co-ops. They come together, provide us with the produce, and they send it in bulk to the market, to our market agents. When you talk about the Durban Fresh Produce Market, people, they don't know mostly where the Durban Produce Market is located. Durban Fresh Produce Market is located in Durban, in Clearwood, which is the south of Durban. We are at number 81 Flower Road in Clearwood. That is where we are. Normally people, they even know Housewife Market, of which we sell to them. But because the public, they normally go direct to them, we are just next to them. The Housewife Market are using our premises. So the gate that is before the Housewife Market is the gate of the Durban Fresh Produce Market. The market operates 6 days a week, from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We don't operate on Sunday. And the markets operate from 5 a.m. in the morning. Those are our trading times, 5 a.m. up to 9:30. So you will find that people will come at 10 and they want to buy a produce. While we operate in the morning, as I've said, most of our buyers are reselling. So when they come to the market, we need to provide them with fresh produce that they will buy on the specific day and move it to where they are going to resell. So that's why we operate in the morning, 5 up to 9:30. We changed the time. Before we were operating between 5 to 11 o'clock, but due to COVID, we had to change the time to 9:30, giving people enough time to transport the produce for their reselling. But again, if you come to Durban Market, we have platform traders. They rent the space there. Those platform traders, they buy from bulk markets, sell in their platform trader, they sell to buyers. Most of those buyers are the buyers that doesn't have a card. I will just explain briefly later about the card. When you come to the market and you don't have a card, we have these platform traders who are there to assist you because they work from inside, so they will resell it to you. Because now you cannot, let's say you come to Durban, you know that there's a market, and when you arrive there, we tell you that, okay, when we sell to you, you need to have a buying card, and you don't have a buying card. You cannot even apply for a temporary card because you don't have the documents that you normally need, which would be your ID and your proof of residence. So that's why we have those platform traders there to assist you when you come there. Those platform traders, they only close at 11, not 9:30. So our sales hall are closing at 9:30 and platform traders are closing at 11 daily on those 6 days. And the market agent that I spoke about, they operate on a commission selling. When we talk about the commission selling, the commission-based selling, it's a marketing system, it's a commission-based marketing system whereby the farmer or the supplier, they supply the produce on a consign their fresh produce to the market agent to sell on behalf of the farmers. The ownership of the fresh produce after it's being delivered to the market still remains there of the farmer until it is sold. So it's still your produce, even though you've given it to the market agent, but once it is sold, that is when it no longer yours because now it is sold. So that's why we always encourage people that when you're sending your produce, make sure that you send good quality of produce so that it can sell easily and you can be paid within 2 days. But if you're sending produce that is not selling, sometimes it will stay longer and then maybe the produce will end up being condemned. So we always encourage people, when you send your produce, try and send good quality. The market, if you can see the market is known for good quality anyway. You see our product that is there when you come to the market, it's fresh produce. That's why you open daily and in the morning. The facilities that we provide to these suppliers who trust us with their produce, they range from sales hall, which is our cold store, the ripening rooms, which is normally used for bananas, the cashiers, the security, and all other cleaners, all other systems that you need to manage when you're operating in that kind of field. I also came with one of my colleagues who's our ripening room and cold store manager, Mr. Tony Nagy, sitting in front here. Tony. Okay. The market agents that are based in the fresh produce market, the ones that are selling your produce from farmers, we only have 4 market agents at the market at the moment. We have your RSA, we have your handy. Those are the 4 market agents that we have. Our is to have 6 market agents. We've placed an advert for another market agent, of which we have the briefing session on Friday this week. So currently they are 4, but we'll be looking in the long term, we'll be looking at having 6 market agents. These market agents, their sales personnel are required to operate under APAC. They need to be registered with this. APAC is the Agricultural Produce Agents Council. They need to be registered with them, this is the body that is formed by virtue of APAC Act number 12 of 1992. The prices of fresh produce, they fluctuate on a daily basis, which is determined by demand and supply and the quality of produce. So you will find that people will phone us and ask the price on a day. It's very hard to give the price of produce for tomorrow because it will depend on the demand. If most suppliers are not supplying us with potatoes, so the demand will be high. The price is more likely to be high. But if everybody is supplying us in that period with loads of potatoes, we'll find that the price will be lower because everybody is supplying and everybody wants to give a better price because they are competing with one another. But when I know that the produce that is sent to me, you cannot get it next door, the price is most likely to be higher than the others. The buying process. So when you go to the market, like I explained to you, I spoke about the card at the beginning. If you go to the market, you have to have a buying card. How do you obtain a buying card? A buying card, you apply for it when you're in the market. You need to have the document of your ID and your proof of residence. We keep the database of buyers. So when you give in this card, it will be allocated to your number. So that special number, when you buy, you go to the market agent, you buy your produce, you scan your card because by that time you already have deposited the money to the cashiers. So there's no exchange of cash in our flow. Remember now, we at the Durban Fresh Produce Market, we are not selling. It's the agents that are selling. So we encourage people not to exchange cash on the floor, but to use the buying. Why we have this card? The advantage of that, remember, if you have your personalized buying card number, we can see it in the system. We can see the price that was sold to you so that we can compare it to others. We monitor that to ensure that there's fair treatment to buyers and also to farmers as well. Because a person cannot just give you a price that they feel because maybe you don't know. But you have a buying card, everything is on the system and you can monitor it at a later stage. So you come with your payment, you come with your money in the morning, you make a deposit, or even the day before. You can use also facilities of your bank, deposit directly using your reference number as your buying card number. So that when you come in the morning, you just make your purchase. You don't have to go to our cashiers. There's another field that we have in the fresh produce market, which is known as the farmers market. The farmers market is the area that is provided for small scale and emerging farmers to the market. They sell their produce at a minimal fee. The markets provide a total number of 160 tables. You pay for these tables daily. A fee is paid per table on the market day. In that day, the farmers are then required to apply for a trading permit before you commence the trading. We have available forms. When you go to farmers, we have people that are working at farmers. They will give you a form and you put your application. Then you can come with once the application obviously is approved, you come with your produce to the market and you will pay on the daily fee for that particular day, and it's a minimal fee. The farmers market opens on specific days. The farmers market trading is trade from 4 o'clock until 1 o'clock. But most people will come earlier at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and then maybe by 10 it's starting to be quiet, but you can still find people there. It's open on Tuesdays and Fridays. So those are the busiest days of the farmers market. It's Tuesday and Friday. And then we have our retailer also on Thursdays and Saturdays. We have different categories of these farmers that come to farmers market. We have our emerging farmers, which are the farmers that grow their own fresh produce and come and sell it in the market. We have people known as the banders, which are individuals who grow their fresh produce at a scale smaller than that of the emerging farmers. And then we have people known as speculators. Those are traders who purchase the fresh produce from the farmers and they resell. The last one, we have our retailers, which purchase their produce from the emerging farmers at the farmers market or at the bulk market, which is where the market agents are selling and resell it in smaller quantities. Remember, I said the bulk market is selling actually in bigger quantities. So the farmers, the retailers will buy in those big quantities and then they try and resell in smaller quantities. So again, we encourage everybody. There is an opportunity for people, for a small emerging farmers to come to the market and procure or provide your produce so that it can be resold. But we also encourage our people that they need to make sure that you provide the produce that you know that is selling. Our best selling produce that we have at the moment, normally, it's potatoes, it's your tomatoes, it's your onions. When you compare your potatoes to your lettuce, to your mushroom, everyone that is here, we're living in households. And when you're living in households, we know that when I have to cook, mostly I will use my onions, I will use my potatoes, I will use my tomatoes. But who will buy the mushroom? Who will buy the lettuce? Yes, I know there are produce such as now. There's high demand of COVID-19, but the one that I said are our top selling one, standard. Everybody needs it. So even the housewives that are coming, they're definitely gonna buy your potatoes because we use potatoes from our households. You're not now only supplying your restaurant or whoever. You supply everyone, you know, that are in demand for almost everybody in South Africa. I would like to end there and thank you so much.
Thank you. We will open for a panel once we are done. May everyone note your questions from the beginning, from the speech, Dr. Kiza, up until now. we will move. I can see we are moving with the AMG speed. As young as we are on time. Why we did not start on time. So we are moving now to Mr. Kalani Fonyause from Umeda. So we are busy with markets now. As he comes forth, we put our hands together.
Good morning, everyone. As who Program Director which said, my name is Dan Panyawasa. I'm coming from Kumbujo Economic Development Agency. I'm with my colleague who Mr. Lamam Tembo. I'll be taking you through on what Umeda is doing and also what opportunities are there at Umeda. So my presentation it won't be long. I was hoping that maybe there's going to be a project whereby I can project on my presentation, but it's fine. Then I'll just go through. I'll just go through it by myself. So maybe let me start with who's Umeda. Okay, Umeda is an abbreviation of Mkumudo Economic Development Agency. Umeda is a state-owned entity which was established by Mkumudo District Municipality to facilitate our projects and also to promote economic development within Mkumudo District. So far, Umeda is facilitating multiple projects that include also a project with more assets, which is more focusing on the farming side, whereby we are helping image farmers. Then maybe just to briefly explain about who asset program is. Asset program is aimed to improve the value chain of food production and supply under quickly farmers and also imaging farmers in agro processing, and also seek to create an alternative value chain in order bypassing structural barriers associated with existing value chain. Okay, for as implementation, as Umeda, since we are the one who's implementing, who's facilitating the access program within Umudo, with Korama Hubs that was developed around Amomas Para for about 2 hubs at the moment. There's one in Richmond and also one at Mkambatin and also one in Mshwazi. Okay, these hubs they were developed to assist our farmers who everything farmers to come with produce because they are finished. They've got furniture and also they've got furniture. Okay, they are finished. They've got food to make by farmers. They are allowed to come and store their food. Let me say maybe for a business or for a business whereby you process veggies, then you can return the storage to your market. Then you can come to us. Then you can make an arrangement to do whereby you can come. It depends on the location where you because which location are you situated. If you are at interest, then before they have a interest whereby you can come and store my vegetables. Also, let me say maybe we are short of storage whereby you don't know where to store my vegetables. Also, those are they are available for anyone, for even informers to come and store their produce. also, sorry for that. Also, as women, I want to do another opportunity to them here. We also support we also support emerging farmers with our cities and also consider that, and also we do our production plans for farmers and and also advices whereby we come and see farmers we are not essentially disadvantaged. And we come in this process whereby we come and try to advise you on what to plan and not to plan. But you know on our advices and also the sitting that are said we also support emerging farmers. We only support we see uh, that are needed by the market and there's some even on the market that we have this servicing at the moment and then and then or what the market needs. Okay. One of our mandates is to source one of our mandates is to assist and source markets for the farmers, for emerging farmers that are within the district, but we also go beyond the district, whereby we also go all over KZN. At the current moment, the marketing that we are servicing, because it teaches a market which is called, maybe some of us here they get about it, which is called open of choice. That's one of our current market that we currently servicing. And also there's another company called Agriculture Company, which we're also currently working with right now, which is mandated to buy from the farmers. And also, as I've said earlier, we're running a project called SSPMU, the one facility. We've got a provincial unit from Russell, which also current servicing, whereby who Russell's PLU, the servicing is supplying Pick and Pay and Meat, cooking fresh, and also supply NSNP service providers. Food is in Yanda holdings which deal more with eggs, and so check out. Okay, in terms of enterprise development, as I've said, that we also do our master business whereby with this project and farmers, whereby we try to develop more farmers in terms of whatever enterprise they're dealing with. So the first thing that we do, we need to identify the needs of the community, and also we do our mentorship and training to our farmers whereby okay, this training they are not 3 months, 2 months training, only take about 2 days whereby we try to train our emerging farmers with the constitution of qualities and also with recording keeping. Also we do with the assistance of procedure, I'm capacity. Yes. Okay, the last one, we also assist in terms of developing our business plan with for farmers. Yeah, I think basically there's just development presentation was a feature whereby I also wanted to share with the colleagues on what we're doing and everything. Thank you.
We will visualize them. I think when we are busy with our panel questions, we just have a technical problems when it comes to it. Thank you very much from America. We are moving on to eThekwini agro business. which will, speaker will be Ms. Vuyo Saidi. Thank you very much.
Sanibonani, igama uVuyo owajayele njengoba u-program manager has introduced myself. From kwi-unit abayibiza ngo-agri business. U-agri business uyi-department that falls under the unit called business support, markets, tourism and agri-business. So, Ms. Kolko, we are from the same unit. Okay, thanks. Apologies for that. So, it is not going to be a very long presentation, and I always like to make a preamble that when a municipality, I always like to explain what Umasipala generally does not have a mandate on agriculture. The mandate with agriculture sits with the department, like who Dr. Kize has explained in her opening and welcome and in the keynote speech. But what happens in South Africa due to our past and the fact that the vast majority of the citizens were sort of marginalized economically. And you find a lot of municipalities in the country, about 283 municipalities. They sit in areas whereby there's high unemployment, there's poverty, and there's high inequality within the country. Since 2001, the Constitution allowed for municipalities to be involved in what is called local economic development. So through that little angle here, local economic development, you find a lot of municipalities having programs around agriculture. But agriculture just happens to be one of the sectors which municipalities can then use to grow their local economies. So I think local, it is always very important because we tend to find that as municipalities, we are there, we are not the main priority of the key function of the municipality. That means that when it comes to budgeting processes, these local economic development programs don't get a lot of budget. But what then happens within the locality, a lot of people are desperate and they go into their local municipalities to try and seek support. And then it just creates this big demand to very small resources as corner from Babu Maspan. I just felt that's always an important thing to explain. Also for people to understand, Ogoti Umaspala is not there to compete with the Department of Agriculture. A lot of work we do, as you will see in my presentation, we do it in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, in partnership with the Department of Economic Development, in partnership with the private sector as well. Because as a municipality, ours is to create an enabling environment, not to come and take over the key functions which government has already given us as various spheres of government and our departments. That's just an overview of my presentation of what it will look at. My presentation will really around to present eThekwini municipality, the agribusiness master plan which guides us as to how do we develop and support agriculture within our locality. And this agribusiness master plan has been modeled against what has been there. This was very much mirrored in KZN Agriculture Master Plan, which was adopted, I think, last year, 2020. There's the second revision, yeah, and it's also in line with the various plans at national level, the new growth path, and of recently we've tried to tweak it so that it can respond to the economic recovery of the municipality. And I think all of us in government, we are more concerned with regards to trying to recover our economy. Where we were last year, before COVID came, our unemployment was increasing. It was sitting at 29% as a country. COVID hit us, and our unemployment has increased to 33% as of the last statistics. And I think that trajectory is set to continue to grow, because unfortunately, in our response of trying to solve the health crisis which we have, unfortunately, we had to stop everything. And when you stop everything, the economic engine stops. And it was a self-imposed. And it was important for it to happen because more lives would have been lost. But all of us now, we have the responsibility to bring back that engine. So these were the main deliverables which we were looking at when we were developing our master plan. The first one was to create a database of all farmers and agribusinesses within eThekwini. And I think that's important for every region of the province, that we know who is producing what, how much scale are they producing at, where are they located. And in that process, we were able to speak to farmer producers to understand what is working and what is not working, because we couldn't just design and develop a plan based on what we think is the problem. We had to go and speak to the stakeholders and understand what are the real issues so that our response will be responsive to the issues which we have found. And secondly, we then have to develop the master plan. But the master plan is specifically informed by the interactions which we have had with the SMMEs within the agri space, interactions which we have had with the Department of Agriculture and other stakeholders. We even went as far as going to farmers associations. We've had discussions to try to understand what is working and how best can the municipality be responsive. We spoke to SAPA as well. We spoke to SAPO for piggery and all the various commodity associations as well. And at the end, we were able to come up with a business plan for the city. I think I'm going to skip the papers because I will explain it. This is just the process which we had followed when we were developing that process. I think just all the things I was talking about, that we had to align ourselves with the current policy and environment and not come and chart up our new path, because most of the work, most the policy is there. Ours was to find the best way, how best can a municipality fit in and be able to effectively support the agriculture. And then we also, whilst we were doing the situation analysis, we were able to understand who's who in the zoo within eThekwini, and we found that most of producers and growers in eThekwini are very small scale, to a point whereby majority of them are subsistence farmers, which is a very concerning issue, because we've got a lot of people, very subsistence, like half a hectare and below. Those are the people who are active, and that's the reality which we wanted to understand, so that we don't come in with preconceived ideas and end up coming with solutions which will go over the real problems which are there. And then we were able to categorize our farmers as to level 1. Those are the small, close to subsistence, level 2 and level 3. That is just based on the area and scale which the farmers are working. And we also had to go and see where they are located. And we saw that majority of them, obviously, since they are involved in agriculture, they are located in the Ingonyama Trust Land. And I would really like to pause there a bit that as a municipality, when we provide support, especially infrastructure support, we can only put infrastructure in land which is owned by the municipality. The fact that majority of our growers are sitting outside of municipal owned land, they're sitting in ink or Yama trust land, that limits our ability to intervene and support. Because we've got regulations which create these limitations for us. The plan is to sit down and discuss with Imonyama Trust so that we can have a memorandum of agreement and then have a council resolution which will then allow us to be able to work with the ITB, and the ITB, once we've seen guys which need support, will be able to assist them with lease agreements. Because the big problem is to spend government money where there's no security of payment. If a person only has a PTO, legally a PTO, the owner can tell you to leave tomorrow and you don't have a legal standing to be firm on. So a lease agreement becomes a more safer tool that will be able to allow us. Then that's where we work very closely with the Department of Agriculture when we identify problems and we identify SMEs that need support. Some do get supported very much by the Department of Agriculture. The ADA as well is very active within Teguin and the RASET office that my colleague has spoken of. So that's why we are able to help where we can directly help and then bring other partners where we can't. That's just shows those black dots, that's where the farmers are. We actually had to go and geo-map all the farmers. And the database process is an ongoing process. Whenever there's a new farmer, we do record them in our database. It's an online database. We come to their site, we get their GPS coordinates. And we also just wanted to see what is it that most farmers are growing. And I think from the interactions, most of the farmers in Etequini are growing vegetables, and some, to a small degree, some herbs are available. And that just shows you how small, relatively, the Etequini so-called farmer or grower is. Because we've had guys who have got as small as a 0.1 hectare, that's like a garden on your backyard. And the largest site that we have found within these vegetable growers, this is excluding sugarcane growers, were about 18 hectares. And I think we would all agree that 18 hectares, you are still regarded as a small-scale farmer. You are not even in emerging or even there as a commercial farm. That's the reality that we are working with. And I think all of these things we got was that predominantly access to markets is a problem. And I think when Umis was talking about quality that they require at the market, working in such a small scale, lack of technical know-how in terms of production, lack of proper production infrastructure has a direct negative effect on the quality. So most farmers who do grow, they don't have sufficient quality product to take to the market. And of course, the fact that the scale is so small, it means that the input costs are very high, and they tend not to be able to sell competitively when they go sell to the markets. And I think those were the various challenges which we saw. Maybe just two. And then we had to see that as a municipality, how best can we be effective to provide support into agriculture. With the situational analysis which we did, we had more information on our hands. We had an idea on what most people are familiar with. And then we came up working very closely with the agriculture model, whereby we focus on specific value chains. And I think in Etequini there were 5 commodities which proved that they can be successfully farmed commercially to a point whereby you can have an ecosystem whereby you grow, especially the agro processing part, because as eThekwini, we don't have a lot of land. We've got a lot of people in eThekwini. We've got about 4 million residents within the city. So we saw piggery was a big opportunity because you can grow it intensively. You don't need that types of land. Poultry was a second big opportunity which we saw. So we focus on livestock which can be grown intensively, where the big requirement is capital outlay for the infrastructure. But then once that is there, you are able to build such facility as a municipality, rent them out to the SMMEs. You have reduced the barriers, quite a big deal when you do that, because all of that infrastructure is very expensive to outlay. And then vegetables, of course, we saw that is something which is there, everyone is familiar with. And intensive food farming, we saw that as a very big opportunity, as you've seen, and I'm sure as you know that our heads, when it comes to sheep, they keep dwindling. But also within KZN is the Midlands area, and as you go to the very and towards the entry, you find more of our sheep. But we saw that in the western areas of the Turkey, such can be grown successfully. And then the last one was the benefits, where we are very much interested to support that as a sector. We are interested to be able to attract investment in the agro processing and pharmaceutical side of cannabis, because it's one thing to grow the cannabis someone, and our regulations are still very much restricted to a point whereby it is you can't grow if you don't have a buyer, and the buyer must be a distiller who will be able to convert that into the cannabis oil and sell it to the pharmaceutical industries. And of course, that buyer will then be specific about the genetic seed which you must be able to use. With that, we are working very closely with the Moses Kotane Institute, which has done a lot of work to understand opportunities there. And I think also one good progress which has been made by the government was to give the Department of Agriculture now the right to be able to issue licenses for cannabis, because they were sitting with SAPRA. And I think the bill, and I think it has been enacted, Doctor, that the department now will be the license issuer for cannabis, because in the past the department was only responsible for issuing permits, and permits are only for experiment and research purposes. You can't grow and plant for commercial purposes. And I think those are the commodities and how we have looked at it. This is my last slide, Chair, because the rest will be repeating the same thing. Okay. So how we have planned this is that with the limitations which we have as a municipality, it's best we support farmers through an incubation model, whereby we take council-owned land, we provide the facilities for outgrowers. If we talk piggery, and we're saying that a 10-sow farm is the minimum viable operation, then we build a number of those, and then we rent them out at a very nominal fee, so that we lower the barriers, we create access to the farmers. Because if we don't do that, we're going to have farmers who perpetually operate very informally. They never have the right product to take to the market. They never even have access to the best genetics in the piggery state. And then 50 years from now, we're still going to be hitting the drums that we need more black farmers. But it is little things like that which we can be able to do. And the municipality, we are busy now with land assembly for the sites which can be used for such raising funding, so that we can be able to build such facilities. And our incubation model will be a hybrid. There will be instances whereby we build the facilities and rent them out. Other instances we will lease out the land to commercial farmers who can be able to raise their own capital and grow. Because how we have looked at this is that we need an anchor farmer, which is the big commercial farmer, whom we can be able to lease our land to. And then the outgrowers can then feed and supply on to that anchor farmer, because that farmer has the market. And I think that's part of the condition, because we will offer our land at below market value so that we can attract the right people who can get the capital to invest. And in return, you then have to handhold these outgrowers who supply you, link them to your markets, link them to your facilities whereby you are able to buy feed at a discounted price, and probably you got an account whereby you can pay after 60 days. Because all of those things, they eat into the working capital of the farmer. And if you just build infrastructure and you say farmers go, you have missed a big part, which is the working capital. That's what eats into the farmer's hand. Most commercial farmers have got good relationships with their banks. So they are able to get facilities to pay their overheads. Some of the production we do, we are not a type of business whereby we make sales every month. Some of us, we wait for 3 months for the crop to be produced. Some of the livestock we produce, they take a while before we can take them to the market. So definitely, if you miss that most important part, which is that working capital, we will be happy when we come and we hand over facilities. But it is definitely guaranteed that 6 months or a year from then, those farmers won't be in business, because the lifeblood, the oxygen, which is the cash flow, won't be there to assist the farmer to farm. And of course, we are sharing this and working it very closely with commodity associations, so that we can then redevelop and re-support and revive the abattoirs within the province and have strong processing capabilities for piggery. The same goes for poultry. And I know that currently the Department of Agriculture is working on a model of agri-hubs for the province. Of agri-hubs, and then we are hoping that some of those hubs will be based within eThekwini, so that we can track the processing. Because what will work is if we are able to develop the processing facilities, it allows farmers to have a market whereby they can send their throughput to, and the consumers are here. But most of the food we consume does not come from our province. Most of the meat which we love so much, Free State produces a lot of it, more than we do. The vegetables and the grain, they come outside. But once we start to invest into these processing and value-add capabilities, then we are able to have a nice market for the small-scale farmers and commercials. And I think the same thing goes to all of the commodities that we spoke of. And I think from the numbers which we have worked is that over the next 10 years, the city needs to attract investment of about 1 billion rands to make this happen, to have these outgrower facilities which can be built and rented out, and also to attract some commercial farmers who can and operators who can come and invest at the farm production with this anchor farms I spoke of, and of course to increase capacity of agro processing within the city and the province. And I think with this, we see that this will then create the jobs that we are all wanting. We will create better and sustainable markets for the operators. It will improve youth facilitation, especially with intensive farming. That seems to be more attractive for the young people. It will definitely improve our food security and resilience. When we have issues like this, whereby our supply chains are disrupted, as we saw with COVID, and produce can't come to our markets. Prices, they quickly shoot up, and as consumers, we suffer. And I think this is more us trying to improve our policy environment as a municipality so that we can get more priority of agriculture from the municipality so that we can get the resources which are required. And then as a department, what do we do? In the meantime, we provide a lot of business advice for SMEs. People working, they call us and we call them. We have a lot of WhatsApp interactions as well with the farmers to make sure that information continues to flow. Mentorship and the extension advisory services, we do provide those. We hire out service providers who can then work on training and development programs with farmers. We cross-subsidize with the department as well when it comes to the that access to markets. That's the major part which we play in the space. The incubation support services are these agri-park incubators which I have spoken about, but those are in the plans for the next 5 to 10 years. And then lastly, technical advice, where we've got a lot of templates which the Department of Agriculture makes and creates. And we help farmers with those tools so that they can plan, they can be able to cost how much is their production worth, so that when they take their products to the market, they know what price level will work and won't work for them. And I think that's how we continue to work in the space. I think that's all, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Buyo, for your presentation. We are now moving on to Mr. Somali, who is here for soil sampling and analysis.
Sanibonani. Ilahlekile kade ngithetha ngiyazi khona nje. Ngitshela la. Yeah, we have to make some jokes a bit. Igama lami nguSibongwane. Remember AFASA, I'm a farmer. So we are as a farmer. At the same time, I'm here as a service provider and also as a member of the executive committee, provincial executive committee here at AFASA on the technical support. Because we identify as farmers, we need the technical support, especially the crop farmers, because it is there from the department side. But at the same time, we need to monitor as farmers, as a member of AFASA. It's all the benefits that the members can access to. And I would like to congratulate the AFASA for a good job that they are doing. Congratulations. And we need the young women and young men to take this forward as AFASA. We coming from far now, we want with the organization from the physical. So I'm glad to see things happening. So we didn't do that one before, But here, I was assigned to talk about soil analysis. Mr. Jaya, unfortunately, I was involved in one of the analysis of the soil samples and soil identification in the programs in 2012 and 2013. And I'm glad to see all those areas that you have pointed out there, where we're doing the potential for each, where it was gardens, and some of them are from the schools. Some of them are in semi rural areas, so there is a report that we did for detail. And I'm saying this because it's part of our fundamentals of farming to ensure that before you put something there, I'm going to talk to the especially crop farmers when I'm giving a talk about soil analysis. And I don't want to forget this as well. In fact, this is our last 4 or 5 years where we, as AFASA farmers, we ask the department to help us with the payment of the soil samples. So it's the facility that we have with the department, the relationship that we have with the department, where we take our soil samples from our members, and then we take them, we send them here to the laboratory, and then we analyze them for us for free. The farmer pays 180 rand per sample, but we're doing that so that we encourage our farmers to do soil sampling. But the key was that some of them did have money. And on 3 or 4 seasons, we were asking the department to help us pay for those samples. And we got to upload them for the department and ask you as the audience to upload them because it's a milestone for us. Now, when you talk about soil sampling, firstly, before you start to do farming, there are a lot of things, especially crop farming, there's a lot of things that you need to do. You need to do soil profiling to ensure that you are going to get something out of that soil. Because the soil are categorized in different forms. So there are sandy soils, there are soils that are rocks, there are soils that are hard clay, that cannot hold moisture. So there are different types of soil. So before you embark on this now, do your soil profiling. Now as profiling is to see how deep is the soil. And then you get the soil samples of that. Because it's a crucial exercise. It's crucial exercise which you do so that you not really anything. You work hard, you work the soil, and find out that it's weak. There's nothing you can do. It's good to place and find. So it's important by the players to know that you have to go with the department. The department has got this classification of sites per area. And also to know that area, it's in weather condition. It's in rainfall pattern upon. Is there frost? Is there any diseases in the area? All that information is vital before you can open farming. Then also comes with the cost of the area, of the land. Obviously, the higher the potential of the land, the higher the value of the land will be. But invest in something that you have in this area And if you don't have this trial, please consult with the technicians and make sure that you know the right stuff. Basically, this was something is important for you to determine what is lacking in that particular particle of soil. Because the soil is actually a medium for the roots. In that medium, you have to put the nutrients. All our nutrients we want to feed the plant. So we put the nutrients like water is a nutrient. Then you have the minerals that are in the soil. And then natural minerals that are in the soil. And then you put the nutrients that is taken up by the plant on a proper harvesting basis. In other words, if you do it, for example, you have to feed the plant so that it gives you your sugar or nutrients, or your sucrose. If you're doing potatoes, you have to feed together. Once you take that out, you have to replenish it and put it back in the soil. So the reason for you to do soil sample is that you need to identify a seed what needs to be replenished from what you took out. Generally, you must see everything you eat on it. You see as a water. And then you see how they see so that if they are lucky enough, they go to the toilet and do something there, and then come back and they come. So that there is a crop. The crop also, you take the crop, whatever you take out, and then you go to the village. So that's why it's important to use certain systems. And we do it depending on what you have. There are three methods. One that we use to take the topsoil. We use a robber to take the topsoil, depending on the root of the crop. If we potatoes, take 20 centimeter crop. If it is a short crop, short root crop, where would it, what you want to do? And then you have to do it, okay, we call it subsoil testing, where you use an auger, where you take out and see what is in below the roots of the particular crop. That is part of what we call soil sampling. And then that comes step is to sit down to be analyzed for your nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. And then you have to, when you've done that, you come back and have to comment your fertilizer. So I've got some samples here to show you, and then I'll talk about just briefly. To talk about what each nutrient have, fertilizer have, and what is the uses of it. So when it comes there, you have to do what you call the recommendation. You do have what you call an agronomist. What is the total who was working for a conservation office. She is working with me now. We come back there and test it. You understand very well what particularly, I'm talking on behalf of AFASA today. So we have the recommendation that comes there. And then you have to do your recommendations. To do this thing, I thought to go with the nation, nutrients that are depleted from the crop that you took out. This is going to be time. So to put them there, you have to put them in a form of fertilizer. The basic or the first nutrient that you need to put is the phosphate. I'm saying the nutrients the phosphate because our roads are later the phosphate. I'll do it, I'll do a Zulu English. About various incidents, for instance, around the road. So that's just about the decision. So he first fertilized by the essence of phosphate. So he's on the NAP. Mono phosphate, abanye bazi super phosphate, abanye bazi the ODAP intervention. But the MAP is one of the base fertilizers that is used so that you can do what you call the phosphate, phosphate fertilizer that into the soil. So I mean, first the 234, 232, so the 232, 234, they have one that phosphate in there so that you can put the phosphate there into the plant, and then it helps, the phosphate will help to start your root development and to do this stuff, C7 is Chinese food. And the then the other one, they take over your nitrogen, they take over and take over from there. So it is important when the analysis comes there, you have somebody close to you to do the analysis and make sure that you put in the correct amount of nutrients there into the soil. Every time you look at when you do the soil samples, you look at your acidity of the soil. Sometimes the problem you have a lot of rainfall that has some acid rain, and then it falls back into the soil, and then it acidifies the soil. So we have to replenish that, or we have to make sure that you sort that out and put it in line. The department at one stage of helping us, farmers, to give us the line, because it was one of the commodities that were short, and we couldn't do anything in farming if your soil is acidic. So that is very important to know, because you can spend a lot of money buying expensive fertilizers, but if your soil is not conducive for the plant to take the nutrients, then it's a futile exercise. With the buying always make a soil samples, we try to sort out balance out the soil. And I know a lot of farmers are buying biological fertilizer, they actually kills the soil and actually damages the soil. It's poison. The answer which is not. It is not the poison. The T now is poison because you're not following the basic agronomic principles in farming. We're not following the basic agronomic principles in farming. The basic agronomic principle is number one. We need to look after the soil. If we look after the soil will look after us. So give the soil what it requires. Treat the soil as if you're treating yourself as a human being. Make sure you put in the right amount of nutrients in the soil, so that those nutrients can be taken out by the crop, and then reduce the soil, and that can be very issues. So if you put in the right amount of nutrients, the correct amount of nutrients in the soil, there will be a balance, then the soil will produce. So by doing our soil samples, treating the soil correctly, making sure you put in the right amount of nutrients that is required by the soil, you are actually looking after the soil. But today, I would like to say that we are there as a service providers to assist you as farmers. We also would like some people as a farmer now to be involved in forums like this with the department, with the stakeholders. And we acknowledge and applaud the role that you play to help us and make sure we succeed. Because without you, we are really nowhere. Without the knowledge that you have given us, without the expertise that you have given us, you might be sitting in the offices looking at the computers and telling us that you must do this and that and that and that. But that information is very important. Because Tina stuff personally, it's a challenge, such a challenge. But you know, who are on a broader scale? You go to tell me for the market. I like to approach the shared approach. I think the minister was talking about them the last 3 months, which is a good approach, where you have to farm for the market. You just don't farm. Me as a sugarcane farmer, we farm for the market. Actually, this is the sugar food. Before you farm, you put sugarcane, you sign what is called the cane supply agreement. The cane supply agreement is actually your share in a form that was still in a bigger, in a commercial sense, was shared is smallholder in farming program. But the approach there, if we can install it as we would among us, we install that approach of share. We go with it. We involve the market. Get obtain agreements, and then ensure that when you are done, those who do have them, in the outcome. It's a matter of trying to work, even not to on one hand, but if where's the one hand to life, you can actually structure it in 3 phases. Well, let's say, for example, doing cabbage, in 1 hectare you need maximum of 40,000 seedlings. If you cabbage, you don't mind more than a spark. Be money. It's a terrible, but be money cabbage. I'm putting it as a marriage, no one has to take price. But if cabbage don't have a spark. But if you don't buy some more, let's say you buy some more 5 grand. 5 grand at 40,000, you know, in 3 months, 3 to 4 months. How much? One million calculator. 5 grand times 40,000. How much? 200,000. Let's sit here in challenge when the 30,000 now, 10,000 is okay, but I'm trying to say, you don't need to have a lot of land, but have that small land, do these basic economic principles I was talking about. Make sure that your soil is correct. In 3 months' time, you will have a minimum of 50,000. Most of the deliver market, I don't know what is the price to pay in German.
9 grand.
The market, more than the market, 9 grand. 9 grand times some 10,000 rand, 10,000 rand. City, more because why we had when it there. 9 rand from 10,000 is 90,000 rand. Maria Ezra, the committee issue work for but we have 45,000 rand. We don't have they won't have it. So those are part of the type of thing that as AFASA we try to encourage our farmers to move forward. Encourage our farmers to please our farmers and ensure that we do the right thing. but they do the basic things, the basic agronomy principles. It's not just, I think already you know, so much, finance, we are schooling. Those are who got who work out and who know my masters or whatever. But those are basic things. But if we follow them correctly, then if you do 2 hectares, and then if you do 10 hectares, non-smart, passion, the child. That's the child. Oh, look, you put us that. As a farmer, as a member of AFASA, a member of the technical committee of AFASA, please use these platforms. They are there for you. Thank you.
COVID says we are moving on to Mr. Hussein for Ada, and then after that, we're opening up for questions. The panel will still be here, so everyone will be asking questions at the time. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, guests. My apologies for the crashing of the program. Unfortunately, circumstances are such today. My name is Mushtaq Hussain. I'm representing the ADA, Agribusiness Development Agency, this morning. And I've been tasked to give you a little talk on access to funding. Okay, for once technology is working as it should. It's a great day. Before we talk about funding, I just want to give you a little background on the ADA, who we are and what we do. Okay. So ADA is an entity of the KZN Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. So this is basically our mother's home, but our offices are based at Cascades in town. What we do is funding of projects that are of catalytic, commercial, and agro-processing nature that has an impact on the value chain, and it has an impact on job creation and sustainable economic development. I'm not going to read through these slides verbatim, or I don't want to bore you, but just take note of what I'm saying. If there's any questions, we can address them during the panel session. Right, so when we talk about catalytic projects, we look at those that have a benefit beyond the direct project itself. So, for example, Mr. Jaya spoke about value chains, where a project has got a knock-on effect in the value chain. These are the types of projects that we prefer to fund. So it's not just a direct benefit at the project side, but upstream and downstream. We tend to focus on projects that have got an agro-processing or value-adding nature, which is a higher job creator than primary production in the agricultural sector. What are the programs that we implement to be able to achieve these outcomes that we are looking for? We have a capacity building program where we subject or invite our beneficiaries to participate in production, so crop production, livestock production, hydroponics, to the processing aspects pertaining to food safety regulations, products testing, analysis of actual products that are produced during agro-processing by our beneficiaries, and not just our beneficiaries, but other clients as well. We also have trainings in, for example, tax matters. Tax compliant. And we have SARS that actually comes in and does this type of training. We also have higher level business management courses, more simpler record keeping. Our beneficiaries and other clients to be able to run their businesses in a more sustainable manner. I used to be at Owen Sitoya College of Agriculture as a lecturer and vice principal. And one of the things I used to say to my students on graduation day is, there's a couple of things that you must take away from your studies. Not just the information that you've learned, but two things. How to look for information, because then you'll never be in the dark, and how to use that information appropriately. So one of the crucial aspects of information for you as farmers is your records. Because without your records, you will never know whether you are actually making a profit or a loss. You just know there's money going in and money going out, and someday you find yourself in problems, and your bank manager phones you, look, your overdraft is one too high, we're shutting your account. So record keeping is something that we put a lot of emphasis on to be able to keep our farmers and beneficiaries sustainable in their enterprises. Okay, then the next program is the enterprise and value chain development. And this is where a lot of our funding goes into. It relates to funding of, for example, production inputs, machinery, and other smaller capital items. We also do product testing, as I said, analysis of products that are produced. We have done analysis on products, and the focus is products that have an agricultural input. So Mr. Jaya mentioned that in Tekwini there's also a focus on the pharmaceuticals. So where there's agricultural inputs into a pharmaceutical product, we assist clients in doing product analysis. This enables them to have labeling requirements that they need to conform to on their products. Proper labeling and analysis of the samples then enables them to access the more formal markets. So without a proper label in terms of the contents of your product, you may never be able to put your pharmaceuticals into your big supermarket chains, discount clicks, etc. So this is something that we have introduced a couple of years ago. That also speaks to the market access, and then funding, as I say, operational inputs, etc. So if a farmer approaches us and we fund, for example, a hydroponics operation, the enterprise and value chain funding goes towards your production inputs for that operation. And then you have the infrastructure development, and using the hydroponics as an example, the actual tunnels, which is infrastructure together with irrigation, etc., falls under this category. And so we have physical infrastructure like the tunnels, resource-based infrastructure, which is things like your boreholes, electrical connections with ESCOM, etc., and agro-processing infrastructure. So things like pack houses and any infrastructure that you require to process your products further, we also fund those. Some of the examples of projects that we have funded previously, abattoirs at meat processing plants, tannery in Ladysmith, HACCP-ready food processing facilities, hydroponic tunnels and vegetable pack houses, seedling nurseries, feedlots, irrigation infrastructure, dairies and dairy processing. The Njindi irrigation scheme in the Jozini area is also one of our projects that we manage at the moment. Also in the Zululand Nkanda area, in Timber Tea, which is currently the only tea estate in KZN and one of only, I think, 2 or 3 in South Africa. Then there's also livestock and crop production that has linkages to the value chain and on a commercial scale. As I indicated, we look at projects that have a catalytic nature, hence small scale, backyard food security type of projects are not something that ADA would look at funding. This is more the mandate of our mother entity, KZN Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. If we move in that space, then it means can be set for all of these value chains that we've identified. Red meat, beef and sheep value chain, maize and soya value chains, oats and horticultural products, especially your vegetables and high value products. There is also 2 significant programs in KZN that we try and align ourselves to as well. The one is a relatively new one called the Agri Hubs program, and the other is RACIT. In terms of RACIT, where there is large-scale production and there is inputs that are required in terms of infrastructure, etc., we look at those, but again, it must be a commercial scale type of project. It was mentioned that 18 hectares may not be considered too commercial. It just depends on what you grow. For us, we will look at what you are growing, what is the value, what is the employment opportunities, etc., on such a project when we are assessing it for funding. Right. The application process, there's an email on the screen. I hope that is clear to you. You're welcome to take that down. And in red, I put in that the process for applications for this year are not yet open. due to the large number of applications that we get, we are realigning our application process to make it a bit more efficient and relevant. So once this is done, we will open an application window and all applications will then be assessed for funding. Now, something very, very critical in terms of the funding. The ADA provides grant funding, and in previous years of our existence, ADA provided 100% grant funding for qualifying projects. This has now changed. We are now not going to be providing 100% grant funding on projects. A couple of reasons for this. Number one, sustainability and commitment from beneficiaries. Where you've got skin in the game and you've got risk, we tend to find a better level of commitment and a higher degree of success. So it's like somebody is getting something for nothing. If it doesn't work out, there's nothing to lose. However, if I am investing in something for myself, my money is in there. I'm going to put in a greater effort to ensure that I'm going to get money out and I'm going to get a sustainable livelihood out of that. So that is one aspect, and this is something that we are following general trends for all funding institutions. We realized at one stage that ADA was probably the only institution of its nature that provided 100% grant funding. So we have aligned ourselves to market standards, if you can call it that. Another reason is that the sheer quantity of applications that we get, many of which qualify, may not get funded because we have an extremely limited budget compared to, for example, the Department of Agriculture or larger institutions that do a similar type of function that we do. So in that way, with whatever kitty we have, we can stretch it further and also have a higher probability of success because of blended finance. Where an applicant gets approval, I say there's an expectation that they will get a certain percentage of the finance through other sources. Other sources can be one of three sources. Your own finance, in other words, if you've accumulated funds over time, whether it's as an individual or as a family, that can be used as your own contribution. Previously, we may have considered the farm or a person's participation as own contribution. This is not going to be the case in future. It would have to be a contribution in kind that is going to supplement the entire budget that is required to keep the business sustainable. So your own contribution. Then we have a loan components that you can get through, for example, Itala. Now we've engaged a few strategic partners who will contribute towards this blended finance model. Itala is one of those institutions that provides preferential interest rates and would be more willing to provide funding based on the fact that there is going to be co-funding between them and us as two institutions. So loan funding through, for example, Itala, I haven't included on the list, but there's also facilitation with AFASA Bank at this point in time that hasn't been formalized yet. The main one for loan funding is Itala. Then we've got other institutions that also provide both loan and grant funding depending on how much you are looking for and what the nature of your activities are. And the main ones in this sphere are DTIC, which was previously DTI, it's now the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The other two are the IDC and NEF. Okay. IDC is the Industrial Development Corporation and NEF is the National Empowerment Fund. Both these institutions provide soft loans or loans at low interest rate, and there are certain funds that they have available as grant funding. As ADA, we will facilitate interaction between you and an identified blended finance partner as well, so that when your application comes in and if we see that, yes, this application does qualify and it requires X amount of money, depending on the nature of the project, we identify the relevant strategic partner that we can approach with a letter to say, ADA has conditionally approved funding for this project for this amount, and this is the blended finance amount that is required for the implementation of the project. This then puts you in a better position as an applicant to be able to elicit funds from a third party. In the same way, if an applicant has already approached a third party, and we've had instances where applicants have gone to Itala, they've got a loan for the purchase of the farm, they've got loans for the purchase of capital equipment, for example, tractors, etc. And then they come to ADA to say, we've got this loan approved, the business plan has been approved, we are now looking for funding for operational inputs. So that also puts you in a better position so that we are aware as ADA that you've got skin in the game. You've got a loan that you secured through Itala or whoever, and you now require assistance with the other portion of your budget requirements for the operational inputs. So these are the factors that we consider. So you've got your own contribution, loan or other grant, and what was the other? Whether it's your own contribution, a loan contribution, or grant from another institution as well. One of the main institutions that you could approach is the DTI. The DTI has got an agro-processing fund, but the agro-processing fund only has a certain portion of grant funding towards infrastructure development. If, for example, you were to put up a hydroponics operation, let's call it an abattoir. You want to put up an abattoir. Now, this is a typical example of agro-processing. If your abattoir is, for argument's sake, going to cost you 20 million, the DTI can fund you for 30% of that infrastructure development. Right, that is grant funding of 30%. So you could look at that portion of grant funding, a portion of grant funding from the ADA, and a portion of loan funding or your own contribution, just depending on how much is required and what funds are available and what you would qualify for. So these are just some examples of where and how you can get funding. Links to ADA, an application to ADA as well. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ADA. We are just going to stretch our legs and we have a 10 minutes break, and after that we come and we resume with the questions and answers at that time. Because I can see now we are a bit stiff. Just move the piano, stretch and questions now, and we'll take at least 3, and then we'll answer up front because we only have 1 mic. So, and then we'll take another 3. So we will use the hand system. So whoever raises his or her hand, they will be one of the people who will ask questions. So the session is open. May I see hands? Mr. Chibet.
Okay. Yes. Program director, thank you. My first question is directed to udadewethu lo wase-urban market kade ekhuluma. Mhlawumbe ngizoqala ngokubuza kanje nombuzo wami khona ngicela ukubuza ngesiZulu khona ngizochaza kahle ngoba i-language barrier thina labaZulu Natal singakwazi ukubuza kahle. Uthini umehluko phakathi kule market yaseThekwini namanye ama-market? Into engayichaza nje ngoba siyawazi ama-market uThungulu district khona uThungulu market ngoba. Then omunye umbuzo engizobuza kuyena, why bathatha leyo route yokuthi basebenzisa ama-agent ingabi market edayisela ama-farmers ngoba sekunalento emidlimeni esikhala ngayo ka-farming. Into engangi-addressa lapho. Okugcina-ke kuyena bengicela ukubuza ukuthi imalini i-charge bayi-charge-a kanjani le mali abayithatha kwifama sebeyisa ey'ndlekweni zemarket ukuthi yona ibadayisele or lama-agent bayidetermine kanjani? Kade ngizwe nje sivumelana nayo ukuthi ifake R9 mhlawumbe mostly or mhlawumbe i-standard price, then badetermine kanjani ukuthi imali abazoyideducta ngo-R9 emalini? Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor says a clear one.
Sanibonani. Unfortunately, Nami question Yami is based on the lady from from the market. Nami ngicela uyibeka ngolimi lasekhaya. Bengicela ukubuza sesichazile sezwa impela. Thank you very much. Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi-ke as farmers singena kanjani, sithintana nobani ukuthi sizo-supply ngoba engathi ngikuzwile okokusupply abantu abathengayo nandlela yokuthenga, but indlela yethu as farmers siya emakethe sihambisa umkhiqizo wethu siwunika bani, what channels alandelwayo? Yabona.
Omunye wokugcina umbuzo bese sophinde sithathe enye round. Khona umbuzo nawe yaphezulu lapho.
No umbuzo uyamyela usisi lo wase-farmers market. Lama fruits and veggies angadayisekanga niwenze njani?
Okay, asiye kusesi. Ubhala wakho ngokuya ne-round yesi-2.
Sanibonani. Kaze wangiphatha kabi ukuzongibuzana. Kodwa-ke ake ngizame uku-understandana. It's a good sign, in fact, kusho ukuthi the market is needed. So asingakhathi kabi. Ukuthi umbuzo wokuqala ubuza ukuthi imakethe ihluke kanjani from the other markets. I know ukuthi manje kune-market kabi. But in the fresh produce market, it's the third largest market. Kushuti ibalwa kanye nama-national markets. It's not only supplying or receiving produce from the area. We also receive produce from our farmers national. So you compare to your Zwane, to your Cape Town markets. That's how we receive the produce as the national markets, not the provincial market. Indaba yemidilimela kusho ukuthi imakethe ngesikhathi kayo the aim was not to sell the produce. If you understand uvuye ukwachaza ukuthi you operate under e-business support, there are retail markets that are around Durban. When you know of your 1 week movie every year, markets, early morning markets, those are markets, as I said, are public direct. But China, the bulk market. So, our agent, we wanted independent companies as a supplier, e-produce to they are independent companies. So, when a farmer who send an impact, we have that person only then yes to call and now the question will look around who's why every corner of which I cannot answer at the stage. What are who call now? Mhlambe i-consent necessary ukuthi uyaluthola ukuthi mhlambe abanye abantu bontanga noma kanjani. I-market is in the process of getting more ama-market agent azoba awabantu abamnyama. Njengoba ngingachaza ukuthi ama-market agent in terms of the percentage manje njengoba kwakuzindaba yekabishi. Umasipala because it was provide infrastructure kusho ukuthi leya ndawo iranwa umasipala. But awukwazi ukuthi urana indawo bese uphinda ukuthi impahla oyilethayo uyilethe kuningi. So that's why kunama-market agent esithatha i-percentage kuwona. Kusho ukuthi indaba ye-percentage ngizokwenzela isibonelo. Mangabe uyifama wena, udicide njengoba sinama-market agent awu-4 ukuthi ngifuna uletha impahla emakethe. Uzithi khona uyowenza nakumina nje nge-break ebuza ukuthi ngiletha kubani. Impahla uyiletha kuyona i-market agent. But sine-standard percentage esithatha i-market agent almost from 7 to 10%. Kusho ukuthi niyanegotiate wena naleyo market agent ukuthi impahla yami njengoba ngikunika uzothatha only u-7% kuyona. Mengabe usudayisile khumbula ukuthi abavele bethathe 7% only if they sold impahla yakho. Kanti ukuthi mhlambe ayidayisanga bayabuyela vele kuwena bekutshela ukuthi okay engazuthi ayidayiseki impahla ngoba maningi nama-market agent namabhaya idimandi kuye ingafani kuthiwa amasizini ukuze i-produce ehamba kakhulu. Mhlawumbe ungathola ukuthi umuntu unake ngoDisemba January ama-fruits maningi. So baningi abantu abaletha ama-fruits, i-price zama-fruits ikahle ngoba khona namafishi khona noma isihlahla sivame ukuthi lethwe. But at this time of the year mhlawumbe i-fruits ayihambi kahle. So vele ama-supplier ama-fruits awekho happy during this time of the year, ahappy ngalesa sikhathi. Thina i-percentage lesithathayo noma ngisho 7% to-market agent and then 5% kuthina. So mulethe impahla yakho vele standard percentage esithathayo nethatha yona. That's why i-agreement is between you and the market agent. Thina as umasipala sizokutshekisela ukuthi mhlawumbe ukhokhelwa in time. If uba ne-problem, you revert back to us usitshela ukuthi no, ngaletha impahla yami but angikhokhele. Noma mhlawumbe ngile emakethe ngathi impahla yami ayidayisi but ngiyabona ukuthi impahla iyadayisa and you have the right even to change ama-agent ubone ukuthi mhlawumbe ngahambisa ama-market agent angafani. I-challenge iba-ke kuthina kakhulukazi mhlawumbe ama-emerging farmers uthole ukuthi anempahla encane awakwazi manje lethe impahla yakho iyadayisa kakhulu awusakwazi manje ukuqhubeka uyilethe ngesikhathi ama-market agent eyifuna whereas abanye abangemafa enkulu mhlawumbe bayayiletha and iprofit yabo iyabonakala ishesha kunabantu. Omunye umbuzo ubuze ukuthi if impahla ingadayisanga kanjani. Njengoba ngisho ukuthi the first step ukuthi bebe communicate nawe betshele ukuthi impahla ayidayisi and why ingadayisi. Impahla-ke njengoba ngisho again, i-reason elakhona nje isikhathi esiningi kuba i-demand. If ukuthi no-oversupply yempahla ethile, uthola ukuthi sizesishode noma ama-agent azashode ngamabhaya azothenga leyo mpahla. Ngoba zonke siletha impahla eyodwa ngesikhathi esisodwa ngenxa yokuthi sitshala ngesizini eyodwa bese impahla enye mhlawumbe sigcine singathi uziyonakala sekufuneka ikhondeka. But uma sifake nale nto yokuthi uyakwazi ukuthi urequest ezifama ukuthi ngicela uthathe impahla yami back. But when you do that, again there be charge ya 5% yokuthi you're taking back impahla that's already sent kumasipala sabekela yona ama-cold rooms sayibeka ku-floor. Now you have to move it out. But iyakhondeka at the end of the day if ingadayisi. Ngiyabonga.
Sikhala nayo imali ephuma kaningi mara silethe isandla.
The proposal, why singahambi nomuntu ngayedwa per speakers, because mina nginama-questions awu-3 kumfowethu Jaiya, ngine-question eyodwa la kule waka-adi. Manje ngeke ngikwazi ukuwafidisha wonke inama-question. So let's give ngoba kade ngilandelana. Futhi sibongile ukuthi graduated le yayingenela yona.
No, asiyenza yonke. So, should we take, this is a question for a fresh produce?
Exercise.
Okay.
My question was not there.
Huh?
My question was not there.
Oh, okay. Question was not answered.
Criteria. Supply.
Uzoyiphazamisha manje but ngicela ukuthi aphendule abuze bese uzophendula bobabili.
Siyabonga program director, service argument. Ngine follow up question ebuzo ubaba uZona. Niqinisekisa kanjani obanenza kanjani uqinisekisa ukuthi abohlanga abazibeka eceleni impahla zabantu abansundu? Ngibuka ngoba engazuthi abantu abawi-supply chain okanye abantu abawi-division of selection abantu abohlanga oluchemile. Ngisho ngoba yavuka lento emsakazweni ukhozi ukuthi engazuthi ikhona into yokubhekeleleka kwabohlanga oluthize. Zizimpahla zethu thina ndlemnyama zize zonakale. Mhlawumbe nenza kanjani ukuqinisekisa leyo process? Ngiyabonga.
Khona omunye umbuzo for i-fresh produce? Awokho, siyayivala-ke i-fresh produce. Sibuya kusesi aphendule imibuzo emibili. How can you ensure that my product has been sold according to the line, not because someone else bigger than me came? That's the first question. That's the second question.
Okay, ngicela uqala ngiphendule ngombuzo kaSisi. Ngiyaqondisa ukuthi ngiweqile lo ukuthi baxhumana kanjani mhlambe nathi uma befuna ukuletha impahla okanye umuntu ofunile bexhumane naye. Kunama-contact details aku-website, uyakwazi ukusithinta direct, but lapha kwi-website sinekhalambi yama-market agent. Ama-market agents uyakwazi ukuwathinta direct, ama-contact details abo akhona ku-website, ama-email address ne-telephone number. But engingathanda uku-advise thina kakhulukazi abantu ukuthi singarelayi kule information ye-website.
If ufuna supply imakethe, it's always advisable ukuthi uqale uye nje kuyona, uspend isikhathi nayo. Ngesikhathi ama-market agents or principal agents babakhona ku-floor. So uyakwazi uku-engage nabo, ukuze ukuthi mhlampe yiphi impahla engibona ukuthi ngayiletha, uphinde nawe uyibone threshold ukuthi okay, ngala ngiyabona le mpahla njengoba ukukhumbula baku-sales hall eyodwa. Njengoba be-sales hall eyodwa ama-barriers abo ahlukene. So uyakwazi ukubona i-movement yempahla ukuthi ngala ngathi kuyashesha, ngala ngathi ihamba kancane ngoba nabo njengoba ngisho bayinkampani. I-price iyaye ithi ayifani because they know ukuthi uma ngabe i-price yami isi-high kakhulu, people will go to another market agent. But ama-details akhona ku-website. I-question yesibili iyavukile ukuthi size-ensure kanjani ukuthi impahla mhlambe yomuntu omnyama nayo iyahamba ifane yomuntu ohlanga. Impahla mangabe ifike emarket iyadisplay-wa, iku-floor. Kusho ukuthi nangabe ungena, yikho ngike ngathi kubalulekile ukuthi ube khona nawe emarket. Impahla abantu ibona abayikhethelayo, ayibhaliwe okwangempela ukuthi le ifike nobani. Bafike bebuke i-quality yama-produce, bebuke i-display yama-produce. Amanye ama-companies, amafama alethayo, uthole ukuthi anama-even on the floor, banendlela ama-aphula awo a-display-a ngayo njani. So kuyibona wena ungafika nje uyibone ayikho impahla ebhalayo ukuthi le eyohlanga noma le eyomuntu omnyama. Kulokho nje nkosami mhlampe kuyaye kube ama-rumors, into nje engasoze ngathi ngiyabela ukuthi iyenzeke emakethe. Impahla uyilethela wena njengomthengi. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, umbuzo, nami ngingomama. So,
ngibona le muva kuphela ngizangithola.
Ngicela ukubuza manje simbuzo ukuthi ama-offices akuphi and i-access yeno are you easily accessible or kanjani? If I have a problem then angasemakini.
answer. No, it's the same question I was going to ask. Yeah, don't worry. She's answering. Because she said, Unabanya Baba, so this is very short labor my agents.
Okay, ngingabeka kancane before i-presentation. Sitholakala khona eHlewood. Kusho ukuthi la okuyimakethe khona kune-building mungena oyibonayo i-administration building silapho. Ama-market agents, ama-office abo alapho. So when you come to the same building, if ukuthi ufuna ama-market agent, e-reception bazokutshela ukuthi you go this side. If ukuthi ufuna umasipala uqobo, they will tell you that you go this side. Imakethe iku-81 Flower Road. 81 Flower Road, eHlewood. Mangabe udlule eHlewood, as if you're going to Idlaf, it's on your right hand side, next to Housewife Market. 81 Flower Road, next to Housewife Market. That's where our offices are.
See, now over on to the next speaker. See, Shari says because thank you. Let's move on to Umed. Questions? I have more people.
Someone, question yami yakumeda ngicela ukubuza ukuthi if like we are making farming, we've never into farming before, we just want to start with a new business. So what's the process, what are the procedures made to get your inputs, your fertilizers, your seeds or seedlings?
Okay, umbuzo uya kumeda.
Mbona nami nge-question la yakumeda ucishe uthi awufane nolalo mfowethu bengifisa ukwazi indlela enitholakala ngayo ukuthi ama-ofisi enu akuphi nitholakala kanjani mhlasimpe what are my requirements we should bring in order ukuthi sikwazi ukuthola ama-services wenu ama-seedlings and so forth ukuthi mhlampe let's say as I am a part of a cooperative. So what must I bring into your offices in order ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngisizakale and akukho mhlawumbe ukuthi mhlawumbe ama-requirements engiwabhekayo maybe ukuthi ibhizinisi mhlawumbe likhule kangakanani okanye mhlawumbe selisebenze isikhathi esingakanani nje izinto ezikanjalo njengoba kuyama-small businesses nje usually afuna usizo ngesikhathi esiningi. Ngiyabonga.
And Babuzundi. Oh, what is the other person? What's the thing that I'm over here? The exercise. Ufunika zulufuno uyayidinga the exercise.
Siyabonga. Bengizobuza la kuba kunyawosa ukuthi uke wakhuluma ngama-training athatha 2 to 3 days. Mhlawumbe ngicela ukubuza nje njengathi nje sinako umuzi ukuthi nihlela kanjani in terms of ukuthi abantu abasha abathola ama-training niwenza office space noma ninawo outreach program. If ninawo outreach program niye-target ukutraina abantu kanjani, nibafuna as a group or yiphi system eniyisebenzisayo in relation to ama-business plan nakhona futhi nakhona nawusuthi sithathe kancane ukuthi niwaqala from scratch or ni add the input from existing business plan. Thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Ukumele usengithavile nami benginayo lo mbuzo ade zama ukubuza kwama-outreach programs. Singihlala nje ngicela umedia uphinde siphindele kahle ngoba abanye bakhona ukubhala ukuthi umedia nje kuphela kanti uke wawusho nami ngishiyekile nje iya ngisakhumbula ukuthi wani kodwa udinga ukubona ama-development agent nalo ungaphambili ngiyakwazi ukuthi umuntu iyo esengikhohliwe kodwa-ke indlela nami sengifunde ngayo. Then okugcina njalo before ngisho ukugcina ngicela ungitshele kuthe ama-hub lawa awu-4 awukhona ama-3. Okay, ngicela ungiphendule lapho awu-3 noma awu-4 yini mina bengithatha ama-notes ngithi awu-4 ngathatha i-Richmond ngathi ngishwazi angazi uma ngibhale nema-respect mhlawumbe ngibe-wrong kodwa ngizocorrect. Then my last one, uRasset ubalile kakhulu and I know ukuthi uRasset saworkshop kakhulu ngawo and i-program ebesiyilandela kakhulu kanti safika saze sagcwalisa ama-forms e-database yakhona ukuthi sibe ama-potential supplier. Then ama-success stories akhona sesiwazwile kukhulunywa ngawo ema-radioing but kodwa mhlawumbe ungasithatha through ukuthi ngempela le program isahamba ngalesi speed eyishiwo ngazo ngoba okwamanje sekunako ngathi kune-gap between thina ama-emerging farmers nayo program. Thank you.
Nami ngicela ukubuza abantu ukuthi ama-seedlings unawo readily available all the time noma khona i-application ofuna uyenze uma ufuna ukwenza ama-seedling and athatha isikhathi esingakanani?
Ngicela ngithanda ukubuza ukuthi angazi uma phela fresh produce na okanye things like produce like njengoba ngikukhuluma ngapha siyakhohlisa nabanye bazozibuzela ukuthi if ukuthi ngiyakwenza lokho mhlawumbe ifana nale yethu i-commodity esizama ukuyenza ukuthi masifuna ukuthi sigcine ifika i-market through nina funeka senze kanjani ukuthi niyayenza leyo maintain that stock.
Numzwili? Yeah. Okay.
Ngithanda ukubingelela ngike ngasho ekuqaleni kwi-presentation yami ukuthi ngihamba ne-colleague yami mhlawumbe khona ukuthi ngiyiphendula yona or ngiyiphendule yonke yini. But ukuqala ngawubuza uqala ukuzwe ubhuti phezulu ukuthi uma sibasiza kanjani siyabasiza nabantu ama-inputs umuntu ongajabulile mhlawumbe ongaze aqala. Cha, ukucacisa nje lokho asikwazi ukusiza ukuthi sinike iy'thombo noma umanyolo wethu singakwazi singasikwazi utshala because isizathu salokho ukuthi mhlawumbe i-presentation yamsho umhlaba ngizwile ukuthi abanye abantu i-aim yethu ukuthi i-economic development yasembundo i-aim yethu ukuthi sibone ibhizinisi likhula so ngesikwazi sithi thina nazi iy'thombo mhlawumbe qala utshale unqono sithi thina tshala iy'thombo eziwu-50 ukhiphe imali yakho sibone ukuthi usilayo then thina 50 siyasobekela ukuthi 50 ngaphezulu ukhulise ibhizinisi lakho. We can't aspire to from scratch because most of the that means you don't even when I interest in farming just because you know it's a sort of application with what the form that's what apply our method. Sina recruit our image farmers. It's not currently cinema farmers also understand them. So I application if you are within Google it is special any time na kuna mwana mwana waza ilenga ati wapomoza also professors but kusukula then sina kuika singa ya possible ukuthi oh okay kujalia ama 10,000 we are 7 umuntu oyisele basi ukhula then 10,000 sometimes I will give 5,000 and so on. Because you know ukuthi la mona sina 5,000 mhlawumbe la mona 10,000 mwathala kusuku because uma sina 5,000 already mhlawumbe uzolashwa nabantu abawusuku uyini umphakathi so because uma sina ama-sponsors avuleleka lapho and also sina-assisting with i-market like njengoba ngishilo nje ilocation yama-ofisi ethu sisemalisbheki kubeka straight u-191 ukuze naka-transport londolo waka-mcdonald ukudla transport alapho ama-documentation adingakalayo ibhizinisi idinga ukuthi libe ube registered. So uzofika ne-CK yakho or uzofika ne-registration yebhizinisi lenu, then will give you the service form as well. Okay, enkusande lokho kurejistana asikho kakhulu khona but siyayibesazi abantu bakwenza lemise ukuthi unengane but awukurejistana. Siyakwazi ukusiza but encourage ukuthi hamba vele register because ekugcineni siyakugizayo. So akufunakali ukuthi mhlawumbe ukhisho ungangena kwa-hotel ngithi naye sabayisa asizokuhle cooperate ikuphi esizokuhle ayitholakali ndawo kumahlamba songanyana ngawayesekhaya mina bo. So we-encourage but also assist abantu abanye but in terms of ukurejista ukuthi umuntu angafisa kuwo. Kwi-mentorship training inkolegi yami mhlawumbe because okay mhlawumbe lokho akusenzakale i-mentorship training because uyena lapho i-mentorship training. Okay, i-abbreviation ka-UMEDA uMlovu Economic Development Agency. Omunye umbuzo wama-business plan. With ama-business plan, we actually don't use UMEDA ama-business plan, but sisizana no-CEDA to assist with ama-business plan. Starting from the scratch. So we use a much CEDA with our business plan. But we have I3 in a good room, in our palace, in the study, in the storage, in the office finish. This is over Richmond. In the courtroom, in the storage, in the office, even our palace, in the scale. Message is over, and it's not an actual building, but it's a courtroom. It could be a refrigerated air here. It's a about in Ramaspada Pagati, any way house, it's an office, the corner. Is Jesus for storage. Then the storage. Some who can what says. The one says you know Mr. Sondia. What says Mekumula our and what says even our Gucci. Who's over my agencies upon and I see what says Umelo assistant, Amamas, Ugusi I in the market, somebody out is coming market for a week or a match, a equal as Mundo, who was one Mundo, who can be selling market to do as on this Amanda, but it was that more than women, who are women, but so see that is that our use as well as providing. So, what about Uzi? I started the program they Uzi. I'm a farmer now. I said, my first one as a supplier, equal through service provide. Give by the Tina, as you matter, as it's so large contrast with education, who's squad supply, because it's in Alamaha. I will losing. I'm a farmer, as a school about, best of my start gas to say good. I said, I don't know. Who made then he said losing as I uses our farmers. Sakala Sakuna Pro market, of which the 70 goals as a very DSD, as a very PCK, or 27, 27, we can send over Sasabella in Caballo, who have got by a who have got house. It's a better equal of 61 who goes out, say, I think in the market, that was dealing about now. Gentlemen, no choice, which is a platform, a market, to have food company, a corner, a man, because Susanna, etc. Pumania, Isabel, they must, I think, no faithful. Sisoba, no spirit, no relationship, no improve ishale. Oh, yeah, what's happening, what's it provided, what's happening, go in, is around, most is around the same way, but it also down, there's a 2%, so, is a man, our sister is here, I couldn't. Okay, capacity is available. Okay, and just as the capacity is available, you must understand, we don't just have to see this to never see the alcohol. Hence, the next now. It's very good to move out with the service, who have with the services and also are regions. In the sense that there is also the farm or the projects. Most of the okay, there are in the projects like the parties that are in some of them. See now we come in this identify the project because as far as this is some of them, things are pronounced but was it as me some by those to be the seller. So we need to come and see who's okay now the one. Yeah, it is no the better thing then we provide a song. Eso zikona ngaleso sikhathi but we don't understand ukuthi nikubi food amakabe shipinashi depend ukuthi market esinayo like agriculture is currently buying more amakabe njengamanje no flowers, so those are the kind of isokusangana ngoba kuyimanje bethenga zona already kaphina ngabo March February bese siwasupply la farmers ukuthi agriculture by this time uzoba uzomsendinga uzomsendinga such produce konke shoko usisike la lo wasisemeni ukuthi sometimes the produce ibafake the market. I remember in 2019 around the mundo we had about 4 million kgs kubanda abanyama babo and the largest abathina laba u2 umraya imali people. So zina always go that is opposition abasona sibuka idemand yabo intela la mama ukuthi abantu abanyama sokushija base kodwa we are production driven in Africa whereby we say I go to see a cabbage but so they said I cabbage yabo so the rest of the my of 40,000 can imagine my cabbage of 40,000 ang autonomous person is an in and the 1,000 discussed Nana is an essence of cabbage near the Masala man. So, Siwa I don't know pass to the man. Why don't you come in any different? One of our Kamala, Yan Sama, Ajay, the child would say, no invest. No December by name and it's in our Patagonia, most single listeners who make good Siasa, Sisi, High, what is the one of my children's good name for a good fool. All that, but movie cabbage, ma, since people are mine, one would say it cabbage with price at all. It's about 12 to 15 rand because you need mine. The demand is very high, but it's but man, move and run, trust me, my own car, to the Kamilo was to if I'm from as 5 rand. Or else if imagine end up black gold rand to the oversupply. So those are amateur in the same dialogue in terms of posting. I'm about with the supply demand and also to look at the young activity found where you put part in that. Our city is over now. We pay the franchise and the CRP amount we pay the Muslim scholars with some Amazon so at the end of August or beginning of who September. But being we know by December, the most of December Kalimpura was September. So Karam Patana, Sabbath, Masala, Amaka Belan last year, Tabu between the two start and also to get to go and meeting with the Amaka. Years we get time. It was quality. We don't just our citizens, Nazara, consultant, in my own. So asinabo njengamanje sisamele ukuvala because abantu vele bayayijayela everything so ngesikhathi nabantu azoba blinded then siba ne-problem because imagine the whole system ifuna imali so would I say the last stop abantu umuntu kumele unjani akalishake imasokoda yena unayo imali esalonke but umuntu khona sithi iklabishi sinayo imali because dealing with fresh produce before ukolingana okay unasense njengamanje udila with fresh produce kuphela not i-livestock and also not really inkukhu but-ke the reason nalokho ingoba ama-market esinawo akhona available bese kuthi but khona imarket ekhona njengomshisisanasiphenyo abadinga amaqanda about 80,000 mhlawumbe zakusho nje lokho kwangisatholele ithuba even now with one of our markets adinga amadumbe about 10 tons amadumbe so if there's anyone onamadumbe akhona la utsheni umuntu konke or if not utsheni umuntu dosala bona nabo esiphuma and also udingana amaqanda a-80,000 per week nakhona kukhona nekuza amaqanda namdosala besibonane before siphuma bese ukuthi okunye ukugcina noma kusho sisikila kakhulu but ama-opportunities afika thina namanje sidinga amafamazi aney'nkukhu zenyama but noma sesiziredi uma sezizimali we won't buy them now but kune-problem ezayo whereby sizovuleka i-abattoir yey'nkukhu i-white meat la emkhabathini sifuna amafamazi awutsheni umuntu aney'nkukhu because ilokhu sithiwa izitizo so that's phinde sokutheni uthukela basiqale ekhaya sponsor amafamazi for then siyababanye ngiyabonga ukuthi kwami
Mcela keep our mosquito on at all times, cover our nose, so we can be. And also those who are online, they can ask their questions. We'll read them out as soon as we are done with the live audience.
Asibonge program director nama-farmers. Just to add ukukhulunywa ku-point 1, kule ndawo yama-trainings, we are working with LEDs, nabo bonke omasipala abakhona eGuruwe. We are also working with the Department of Agriculture, so that's where we get our cooperatives in different areas as for and Now, when it comes to training, training is coming with a gap yokuthi kukhona i-program engu-research ebhekene nokuthi abantu abamnyama abasafufusa abakwazi ukungena emnothweni waseMgungundlovu. So sathola-ke ukuthi since yaqala le program ewu-research, which is Radical Agrarian Social Economic Transformation Program, bekhona i-gap ekhona within our cooperatives ezisemva kwinto ye-information. That's why the training is in. And sathi asiqale kule ndawo ethi yini le doctor cooperative, for instance, imanage kanjani, ama-finances akhona aphathwa kanjani, ngoba abantu sesathola ukuthi as much as ama-opportunities akhona nama-markets ezamela ukuthi abekhona, abantu bayalwa kuma-cooperative. And sabona ukuthi-ke inento yokwenza le nto nokuthi we need to somehow change i-mindset yabantu bakuthi balungele ukungena ebhizinisini. So those trainings are about that. Sithi manje futhi nakuzinto ze-business ukuthi ebhizinisini kwenziwa kanjani. Umahluko phakathi kwe-welfare organization nebhizinisi
yini na. So sisebenzisana-ke no-AgriSeta, u-AgriSeta obhekene nawo wonke ama-trainings e-agriculture e-South Africa, be it college, be it university, yibo abaseta ama-standards ezinto efana ama-farmers. So we training ama-farmers bethu, not for the sake of training. Siba-traina ngoba sifuna siphinde sibalandelele sibabone ukuthi bayalima, iy'nkinga zabo ziphi ekulimeni, ama-challenges ababhekana nawo, and then after that bangene emakethe njengebesisho-ke ukholi. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga. Singashaya izandla to we are moving on. Yeah, to a team in agribusiness. Mr. Chalingia. Any questions? Or okay, in a tender, Elisha Matonda, Elisha something. Nabo says, the mic. You tender the mic. Hey. Okay, let's keep on the soul. Let me introduce the people in Kuluma.
Sanibonani, abakhanyiso bami. Mr. Jai, ukhulume ngeIngonyama Trust. iNgonyama Trust, umasipala uselecta lowo mhlaba loyo okwamaspala o-recommended amasipala or ungaba nomhlaba mhlambe ngakini obonayo ukuthi awusebenzi, bese uzama ukuthola ukuthi ube i-ownership ngakwena umhlaba, bese uyakwazi ukuthi uye kamasipala usizakale ngeIngonyama Trust. Umbuzo wesibili, i-mentorship, ukhulume nge-mentorship. I-mentorship let's say uqala ibhizinisi, bakumentalisha towards izinto ze-development yomhlaba, noma uthi uyayithola i-mentorship towards ibhizinisi lokhu ukuyiqala.
Program director sekolezi iphutha lapho mina nguthubezondi provincial secretary wa-AFASA nakazimudala, nami ngifarmer futhi. Bengithi umfowethu uzongihamba khona ipoint ebengithi uzoya kuyona, kade khuluma ngeIngonyama Trust, nge-presentation eshiwo uJayile, umfowethu uJayile. Ngomhla ka-11 uJune this year uphume i-court verdict ethi wonke umuntu oseke waba nelizi ngeIngonyama Trust Board ucele ukuthi akhokhele back imali yakhona, kade iyiswe iNgonyama Trust, iyiswe ezinye zey'nhlaka zomphakathi kuyodiscusswa lelizi le-issue yelizi. I-verdict yakhona ngiphume ngomhla ka-11 kuwu-Friday. So sime kuphi thina, bame kuphi bona emthini, ngoba kwamanje thina nje nami ngiyayikhokhela ilizi komunye umhlaba wengonyama, ngifuna ukuyiclaima leyo mali. Kusathiwa silinde lo, angisazi 7 days nombala actually Department of Rural Development ayiqhamuke nendlela ecacile. So angifuni ukungena lapho kakhulu. Sengiyiwo mhlawumbe ngiqale kuwena, but my first question njalo into ebengizoyisho kuqala, kuyavuka ukuthi nami le-organization ngacontributor kiyo. Kubuhlungu kabi ukuthi most of your speakers bekhuluma la awakubali ukuthi asebenza kanjani nama-Black Farmers Organization ukwa-assist in terms uMr Jaiya phela ngizwile echaze ethi kwi-master plan yakhe bawa-approacha ama-organization. Fortunately nami basake bangimemethekile ukuthi nje kwekwane-break kanti umuntu esebhizinisi izinto zase-national. So ngiyocela ukuthi laba abanye la ngeke ngisakhuluma nalabo asebedlule laba abazoqhubeka basho ukuthi irole yabo ithini in terms of working nama-Black Farmers Organization, because izosiza ukuthi bakwazi uku-extractor the genuine farmers in terms of to extract their elites, my friends are. My last one is
Sanibonani, siyaxolisa mphathi wohlelo, asiyichazanga ekuqaleni. Mina nguNcamisile uManyawo sewakadlamini, ngiwumphathi womama under organization yakwa-AFASA. I-question yami kuBaba uJaiya ukuthi i-issue about i-rainbow farmers.
Pro and chairperson. I-issue yaka-rainbow farms zeza ukuthi i-eThekwini municipality was a rumors but ukuthi ayi-confirm ukuthi iqiniso ukuthi yathi ikhona amanye ama-units wathengela ama-ex-employees ayo ikhampani nokuthi bona as since i-under i-jurisdiction yabo ithini plan yabo yabo.
Nombuzo ngokhohlela. Enye into if ufuna ukuqala ibhizinisi lapho usuka endawo yasemakhaya kumele uye kamasipala uyofuna i-permit noma uvele uyiqale ithini ama-regulations.
Okay, siphendule imibuzo isikhathi sethu sesiqala ukusibalekela.
Siyabonga ngemibuzo. Ngizokhala ngokuthi uNkayiso. Okokuqala ubuze ukuthi umhlaba weGonyama kufuneka umuntu ayikhethele umhlaba awubona ngakubo noma umasipala iba uyena okhetha umhlaba abese eyaqashisa nabantu. I think ukuqala lapho i-presentation yami inisithi umasipala usekuma-discussions namakhosi so that sikwazi ukufumana umhlaba oseduze emakhaya whereby singakwazi ukuthi si-invest esifake ama-incubators. So lokho sekuma-negotiations. In terms of ukuthi wena wenza kanjani, I think as a farmer you identify umhlaba wakho. If you feel ukuthi ukhona umhlaba ngakini uyitholele i-PTO plus le-lease agreement kwi-Gonyama Trust ubese uyaqala uya-invest. I-Department Agribusiness isebenza nabalimi abalimayo, hhayi abantu abafuna ukuqala. Abafuna ukuqala ku-Department of Agriculture uye uyena olekelelayo. I think bese ngiyichazile iy'namba zikamasipala ukuthi akafike ezobhala isikhala sika-Department of Agriculture kodwa uzobhusta labo besebeqalile. In terms of i-mentorship nayo i-providwa ama-farmers akhona kwi-database kamasipala. Ayi-providwa kubantu abafuna ukuqala. Ama-constituents wethu abantu abalimayo and the criteria yethu izokucacisa ukuthi at least i-minimum ka-2 years ye-demonstration experience. Sibheke ama-sales ukuthi asebenza uyadayisa. Kodwa umuntu osenomqondo okanye osacabangayo I think umnyango ka-department uye ukwazi ukugayida lapho. Then ekugcineni ukuthi if umuntu ufuna uqala ibhizinisi kumasipala uyayidinga i-permit Lokho kudiphenda kuhlobo lwebhizinisi olenzayo. Elofama akuyidingi i-permit, kodwa generally indawo olima kuyo iyadinga ukuba ibe nezoningi ye-agriculture, iyasiza lokho. Indawo eyiningi ezisemakhaya sezizone agriculture vele. Manje masele uhlala kwindawo esedolobheni ofuna ukuyishintsha ibe yifamu, uye u-aplaye wa-town planning ukuthi ibe nezoningi, ngoba nezoningi ye-agriculture i-attract-a ama-rates aphansi compared to ku-commercial zoning. Then mhlambe masengiza baba uZondi, indaba ye-ruling ye-ITD mhlambe leyo for now bakuZondi I think ise udele ukuthi as umasipala safuneka ngoba kune-ruling ekhuluma kanjalo kusekho i-response ye-parliament safuneka iqedwe about i-land expropriation. So uyayibona ukuthi ziyahlangana ziningi and akhona ama-recommendations ayenziwe. I think it was former chairperson we-AFASA who was part of the National Council land reform about how indaba ye-ITB must be treated. Ngicabanga ukuthi ngonyama nayo sengenzeka ukuthi i-aphile naleyo decision mhlawumbe bengingacela ukuthi siyifake ngoba umasipala khona awuna-jurisdiction yokuphendula. Okokugcina, ifamu lase-Rainbow. Ake sokhumbula 2015, 2016 i-poultry industry yase-South Africa nje i-complain ukuthi bayashaya ama-imports a-cheap and dumping. eThekwini namaphethelo kwaba ne-impact strong when u-Rainbow closed ama-farms amaningi and about 1,600 people ba-retrenched lapho. Lapho kwaphuma i-intergovernmental task team eyayiholwa uPremier eyathembisa ukuthi uhulumeni uzokwenza ngamandla anawo ukuthi asize abantu abaluzile imisebenzi. uPremier ngaleso sikhathi wayesengu-MC wabakhethiya. So ithe ngokusebenzisana nama-government departments laza nayo le-contribution yokuthenga ifamu. Sathenga ifamu elilodwa siwumasipala weTheku, ibizwa ngo-B21 uwajwayele amafamu wakhona. But since ifamu lithengwe ngumasipala weTheku, ama-beneficiaries had to be out of this 1,600. We have to focus kuma-residents aseThekwini. Those residents bayiforma into a co-op, 120 kuleyo co-op, baningi kabi. Then-ke kwaba nohlelo lokuthi ifamu selithengiwe umasipala alifixwe up and then siliqashise abasebenzi. Abasebenzi baqale i-occupation ngoNovember last year, 2020. Bayakhiqiza manje and they've done about ama-cycles out 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken. There's been a mentorship as well. Umasipala abasupporte ngayo and trajectory ukuthi bareze more funding ukuthi they place more beds on. So ifamu alikhulu linama-units awu-12 lilonke, athatha 30,000 each unit. Masobuka i-co-op enabantu abawu-120 incane kabi leyo as a solution ye-problem ayisolve kahle kahle kodwa iyaza nakho lokho okuncane to a point whereby a real challenge efaced yi-co-op on site isebenzisa ama-units awu-2 iqasha abantu abawu-34 but yayibona ukuthi yonke le mali ingenayo uma iyokhokha ama-salaries. But isizathu salokho ukuthi isidingo ngasemuva sikhulu kabi. Ingakho currently we are working with i-co-op ukubasiza to fundraise silungise more units so that bangawa-commissiona ama-units. So okwe-Rainbow kukhona umasipala did buy kodwa sathenga eyodwa i-farm out of all the farms ebeyidayiswa. Ngiyabonga. Thank you.
Siyabonga sishaye izandla kwe-agribusiness. Siyakusola sampling umabuhlongwane. Any questions for soil sampling and analysis? Sibonga ngezandla. Hayi, shoot kuzwakele. Sivela ku-Ada. Oh, call. Going once, going twice. Okay, close. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Program Director, once again. Ngicela ukubuza la kumhlonishwa. Kune-program okhona ngizoyibeka kanje mhlawumbe e-South Coast. Kune business elibukeka ngathi is booming la le-tea tree. Ingabe mhlawumbe nathi ngapha ikhona yini umhlaba esenike nathi ukubheka nawo identifies umhlaba o-potential ukuthi singakwazi ukuthi sihlomule nathi lolu hlobo lwebhizinisi i-South Coast sihlomula kulona. Ngiyabonga.
Sesikuphi sesi-Ada noma usesebakuhlomana?
Awuhlomana.
Oh, wawuhlomana.
Sanibona ukumandisa Zulu. Ngisacela ukubuza concerning i-soil sampling ukuthi uma kuwukuthi ngiyafuna ukutshala but then anginasure ukuthi indawo le enginayo i-fertile kangakanani. Ekumele ngikwenze ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi ngishona kuphi iminyango edila nama-soil sampling. Ngiyabonga.
Angibingelele uhlongwane nayo okhulumayo. Ngisacela ukubuza kwahlongwane ukuthi ikhona enye indlela yokuthi esingawusebenzisa ukubulala ukhula ngaphandle kokuhlakula. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, we're taking the last one. Yeah, top.
Sanibona.
Yeah.
Ngokubuza ukuthi angazi noma ngizwe kahle yini ukuthi ubaba uhlongwane ubethe vele okay, for example laba department uyachargewa if you take soil samples uzowahlona khona. Angazi noma through AFASA it's free or something like that. Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi bekade esho njalo yini.
Okay. Sesiyawaphendula ke isikhathi sethu sincane kakhulu.
indawo esiyona ngokwazi ukulungela ama-trees. Into leyo mhlawumbe uma kune-investment esinayo. Sifuna i-department nayo of-agriculture. Esicela ukuthi njengabalimi sivele ngokusamsezi abalimi stage siye khona. Kodwa through AFASA futhi singakwazi ukuthi si-engage i-department ngoba bona basinikeza i-service e-wide indlela ekwazi ukuyenza ngokwey'ndawo ukuthi izinto ey'thile zikwazi ukuningi. Sibone nje sithi sotshala ubhanana endaweni ephakathi. But I know ngama-tea trees ukuthi iy'ndawo ezifana inland nje bakhona benza ama-tea trees tell us come on this now tell us this out so come on. But I was prepared to Nesana even I put my muscle samples and one of my child of my was the soil filters. One is about 2 million muscle samples ways of bomb. Well, the service, the part of the service sales are, company service are, which is not really figures of also samples. Now, when I was started to see that about full, but now full now, family when you start with family and most of the time. So, my anything I know services, so that is still on family here. So, this was one demonstration of where the also sample is showing right now. The sheer number of them, market. This was a live to see myself sample as well. But the challenge development, being always one. So now always one we try to this anything we have on top one also the shop one, companies is around sites and chemicals. It's not two gallons or what you put for most cleaners for no, the free charge. There's all the program, the site charger, all the other children in charge. Because Siku wanaotuwaliwalisi wangu vitendo business kama criteria isifanye mpango kile pale kwa sababu because kama wana ndio kwa pale za sasa but through AFASA wa ndio mfano si wote pale wa ndio AFASA ndio wanapenda wakisema aina imani ni kama I told you to put me that in party yote kama ni mbao kwa code this for you. So instead of file kwa na utaje kwa sababu ni video kwa na mpaka ni commissioner kwa kutumia Yes, was the straight as I was now I went to president for samples. We made this out well, guys, facilities of Pullman, so in fact, about my president, first transition, this was president, Mount, when we were in the AFASA. Yes, the second that's one, the very good but if you want to Simon the Victoria of one, the part of service, we come by the service as a charge. When we go to charge, so Tatel, the some is everyone sit down, the final action be done when number that goes to it is 082 46 25 012. 082 46 25 012.
Thank you. So I'm sure this is and we will move on to the other questions for you, Anna. Okay, there's one there. I'm only going to take 3. There's 2 there. That's the last one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Gerald. Don't come from any company. I just want to find out in terms of the funding awarded by ADA. I've got about 5 questions that are very short. Firstly, how long does it take when somebody has submitted the application for the funding, and how quick is the response? The reason why I'm asking is for them to be able to see whether they need a second option for funding or to wait in a process. When finance, that's the second question. When financed, let's say in a situation whereby an individual or a co-op has purchased the farm, then you find that the infrastructure, however, in some of the places, you find that the infrastructure has been damaged, like the houses and all other relevant infrastructure for the business to operate. And what percentage does the other contribute into that kind of situation to assist the farmer or the farming process? And the third one, the remote area. Does ADA specifically deals with the area in KZN or in Pietermaritzburg, or it covers the KwaZulu-Natal area? If somebody, for an example, if I had to be in Durban, but I happen to purchase a farm in Newcastle, then would still be able to be assisted, or they just specifically deal with a certain satellite area? The fourth one, just want to find out is, are your offices open for the applications, or when are the applications supposed to be submitted in? Do you have a cut-off time, or do you open for applications at any time? And the last one, do you fund, is it possible, or you strictly stick to one project? For an example, I saw a list of them, you mentioned the poultry and the goat farming and all that. With your assessment, looking at the farm area or the farm plot, would you finance or assist a farmer in terms of 2 different projects? Let's say, for an example, poultry and goat farming, or it strictly has to be one part that you deal with? Thank you very much. I think that's all that I have for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. About funding, do ADA fund only already open business or running projects only? Or can it fund a person with a business plan with no enough capital to execute the business plan? If it does, how do you apply for funding without having a business that is active?
Okay.
Hello everyone. I'm actually asking on behalf of my colleague who is outside. He was going to ask whether do you fund for the talents that are gonna be planted in cannabis? Do we have that such funding, especially for cannabis? Thank you.
Thank you. Still answers?
Somebody once again. Okay, to answer general questions, How long after the submission of an application one will be? At this point in time, we are working on a new application system. That is why in my presentation I indicated that the application window is currently closed. I will give you the history. Previously, our applications used to open at the beginning of the financial year, which was around April, and we closed on towards the end of September, or middle of September. We are now looking at a scenario where we open an application window for a period of 2 months, and depending on how many applications we get, we either close it for the year or we open a new window. Right now, I can't tell you exactly how long it will be because we're working on the system. So unfortunately, I don't want to give you any false hope or false information, just the reality. In terms of how long after the application is received, it depends on a number of factors. Number one, how many applications we've actually received that we have to assess. So that will determine how long we take before we give a response. When somebody sends in an application or an inquiry, we acknowledge via email, and we also send them information in terms of what are the requirements and what the returnable documents are. Part of that is a checklist of all the documents that you need to submit, and we also have a business plan template that you will be required to populate if you don't already have a business plan in place. Second question, if co-op purchases of farm with infrastructure that is damaged, what percentage does ADA contribute to assist? Whenever a project is assessed, it's assessed according to the business plan, cash flow, and what the commodities are, etc. It's assessed holistically. If the infrastructure is a critical portion of that operation, so that the operation is successful and sustainable, and if it is part of the business plan in terms of the funding requirements, ADA can fund the entire installation. Okay. Having said that, I go back to what I mentioned previously. We will not fund 100%. So we will fund a proportion, and we would require the beneficiary or applicants to find alternative funding, either through their own contribution, a loan, or a grant from another source. If, for example, the applicant has a requirement of 2 million rands for the project, I'm just using an arbitrary figure as an example. If, for example, they require 2 million rand and they've already sourced 500,000 rand for production inputs, etc., and the infrastructure requirements is 1.5. In that case, ADA may fund the entire 1.5 million because the other proportion of the funding requirements as per the business plan has already been obtained from another source. So, it just depends on how much you need, how critical it is, and what are the sources of funding you have secured. Our area of operation, we operate throughout KZN. We have projects close to Mambuze, Mozambique border, close to the Lesotho border, basically the entire province. We are not restricted to any locality, any district within the province. The only thing that is restricted is your business going to be sustainable? And it has to be within KZN. Are the offices open for applications at the moment? As I indicated, we've got inquiries, but we are not processing any applications at the moment. So, in effect, the application window is closed. If you want to submit an application, it's up to you, but right now, it will not be processed. You just receive an acknowledgement to say we received your document, your inquiry, and we will get back to you in course. Standard response is what you get. In terms of the number of projects for a farmer, I think the more appropriate word to use is the number of commodities within the farm. At the end of the day, ADA and any funder will want to fund a project that is sustainable. If you have two commodities that form an integral part of that sustainability, if they are complementing each other in some way or another, and it can be demonstrated, that's perfect. For example, if a farmer has got poultry production and they want to do vegetable production as well, and the compost or the chicken manure from the poultry operation will feed into the vegetable production. Now, these are two enterprises or activities that are complementing each other, so it is something that we would definitely look at favorably. We've had other situations where a farmer wants to do a whole mixture of activities without concentrating on one. Something like that is more difficult for a couple of reasons. Number one, your markets. You need to source a variety of markets for the different commodities. Number two, the expertise and the attention that you need to give to each of those also creates complications. So preferably one or two commodities, and if there is something that is linked to the primary commodity in terms of a value chain activity, that's perfect. Again, the sustainability of whatever you do must be demonstrated in your business plans. One of the things that we look at very critically is offtake agreements or letters of intent at the very least. Somebody mentioned the term agriculture being product driven, production driven. Agriculture or any enterprise must be market driven. If you don't have a market for your product, you're going to produce it and you're going to sit and cry at some point because you don't have a market. So all of these criteria are assessed as part of the business plan and it contributes towards the success or disqualification of your application. Okay, I hope I've answered all the questions that Gerald posed. Next, new versus a current enterprise. ADA looks at both new and existing enterprises. With the new enterprise, it's a bit more difficult for the applicant because we prefer that an applicant shows some sort of track record of experience. If, for example, you have newly qualified agricultural graduates who want to start up an enterprise, it's very different to somebody who's got no qualification and no experience, but had an idea to develop a business plan. Now, you have to weigh up the capacity and the capability of the individual, not just what is within the business plan as well. In a lot of instances, you say you don't just back the horse, but you back the jockey as well. Just as important as the business plan is the person who is going to be driving the success of that business plan. How do you apply for a new business? It's the same as if somebody has got an existing enterprise. The documents, the requirements, etc., are all exactly the same. The basis of any application is the business plan, together with a whole lot of other requirements, including the need for a registered business entity. So in some instances, we've had an individual who's a sole proprietor but has a farm that he owns. So there's no business per se that is registered in his name, but the farm is there. In that instance, we have funded as well. But preference is given, or rather, the requirement is that you have a registered entity, and to qualify that, you must be tax compliant as well. One of our other requirements is that you must provide tax compliance information. The last question, do we fund tunnels for cannabis specifically? We have not done any cannabis funding at this point in time. As mentioned, this is relatively a new ball game. A lot of people have shown interest. However, licensing is something that is still very much a new ball game for many people. As mentioned earlier on, the licensing has moved from one entity to another. In KZN, I'm aware that Moses Sotani Institute, together with Economic Development, is now running the process. So it's a new game that we're in. The rules are not clear to everybody. The rules are in place, but we don't understand them, as well as, for example, if somebody is just in a conventional production system where you need an EIA, you need to make sure that your soil sampling is done, etc. Proven, we know what to do, we know what to expect. Cannabis, on the other hand, that's a new one. I'm not saying we won't consider it. If the legislative compliance is all in place, if licensing is in the process of being done, we could, or any funder will say, yes, pending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the same way, we have tentatively approved the project pending certain approvals, pending certain legislative compliance issues being put in place. So we haven't done it, but it will probably get done. We will probably look at these applications going forward. If I recall, we already have one application that has come in, but because the window is closed, we haven't even looked at it in detail, in any detail at all. Have I answered all questions? Any? Okay, thanks.
We are just going to, Mr. Luma just wanted to follow up on what Mr. Tobizu said, asked. So you can just give to him, and then we are going to give you the announcements.
Thank you, Program Director. When I sat down after presenting earlier, Dr. Mkize mentioned that the department is doing a lot of work in the industry to sort of develop the industry. This is true, and we are part of it. And because I'm part of the group that is also doing a lot of work in AFASA. Unfortunately, one was very, very busy with lots of things, very quick today, and I wasn't able to tell my colleagues that I'll be here, so they look after this. I know AFASA was about 60 people who are interested in rapid farming, but also what I wanted to say specifically is that in 2019, in May, the Department of Agriculture recognized the rabbit as an agricultural animal. In other words, it means that we are now able to start the processes of looking at what the regulations and standards are saying in terms of farming animals as backyard animals or as commercial animals in rural and urban areas. So that is a very big thing. And in February last year, we met in Joburg as quite a bit of players in the industry, looking at industry-specific issues, but quite a lot of government departments were there. The agricultural department was there, DTI was there, and in the agricultural department specifically, there was the NAMEC, which is the National Marketing Agency of the Agricultural Department, and they are doing a lot of work looking at local markets as well as international markets for export purposes, and they've been talking to us and then sending us results as we go. So there's a lot of work that is happening there. But in that meeting also was the Registrar of Inland Improvement, and from that meeting he was able to help us and to assist us in terms of we had to draft a very long, detailed constitution to say we need to register a Rabbit Breeders Association. That process has been approved, and we now need to do the last final touches on that. And so in other words, there will be, just like beef, piggery and poultry, there will be one association that will be recognized by the registrar. So that is in basis going on, and about a month or so ago, we were asked to recommend people who are going to sit in the national roundtable representing the industry of rabbit farming, and we are there as well. So there is a lot of work that is going on, and Dr. Mkize, I just realized when I was speaking to her outside that I know that my colleague is doing a lot of work dealing with research. This department is also very much involved in that. The department is also involved in Free State, University of Free State, as well as KZN, to look at projects such as meat tasting and meat quality tasting and all those countries. There is a lot of work that is happening, and the department is there. And I think from the point of view of AFASA, mhlawumbe njengoba mangase umuntu akhulume laphaya ukuthi noma siyona i-department government, but I like your question, Letty. What are these people doing in order to make sure that they are able to come close to the emerging farmers, and so that we can get the right caliber of farmers? This is what we are doing, and we are hoping that with AFASA, I think Unobala will know that in October 2019 we were busy talking about these things, and he gave me quite a lot of assignments. I've been working on them, and one of them is this very one that is called the Rabbit Workshop, where a lot of work has happened, and Unobala has been part of our workshops talking about the issues, difficult issues to do with market development and different players that are there, and also the chairperson of the KZN AFASA has been part of our workshops as well. And with this new community group that is growing, we would very much have to help a lot in that. The issue that is there in part is that most of the times when there is a company that is coming in and looking for supply from farmers, and then they say they will train the farmers, we would like to help AFASA in terms of scrutinizing the packages of training in order to say is good enough according to international standards, so that we know that we are getting the absolute best of training. What has happened in the history is that people, when they offer training just with specific things that they require, and they haven't actually looked at the scientific approach of how to keep rabbits, and farmers end up with very low productivity rates. For instance, you get a dog, which is a female rabbit, that will only give you 4 kids instead of giving you the maximum or even the accepted average of 8 to 11. So, and then that has got all to do with the farming practices that they prescribe to you, especially when you have the contracts with them. And those contracts, they specify what you need to feed in and bring all those things, and then it's all not based on any scientific thing, it's just the stuff that they give, because it's a contract that we have. So we would really love to engage with AFASA on those kind of issues, so that we can assist in looking at the standards that need to be followed, and also the experience that we have in terms of rabbit production, to say what is actually that the farmers can look out for and insist on in order to get the maximum value of their production stock. And even on the stock issues, sometimes you get that people who will just take one bag or one dough that has given you 11 kids, and all of those kids are provided to you as breeding stock. And then you find that they have not done any purposeful selection on those, and then you end up with stock that is not very productive. So when it comes to all of those issues, these are the things that we would like to engage our farmers on. And should farmers be interested, I know that Marty, we are waiting for a program that is talking, but farmers that are interested in going into rabbit farming at AFASA may contact us. We will continue talking on social media with them, but they may contact us. We are open to taking membership, and at this point in time, we've got a discount for a promotion that we are running. The first 10 people, especially from this conference, either here live or online, that will register for membership will get a pair of rabbits for free. These are rabbits that are very good. They cost about 800 rand to 1,000 rand. You'll be getting them for free. And then this is to really help the farmer, because most of us are thinking about an idea. Some of us are going to go out and buy rabbits at pet shops or anything, and end up with issues or learning the wrong stuff. If you come to us, we get the top genetics, and then that will help you to start. But also you need to really assess yourself whether you like the animal or not. If you go for 10, which people have done, they take 10 rabbits because it's a discount, and then they get there, they're not prepared, and they don't really like the animal, and then 2 or 3 months down the line, all the animals have died. It hurts us, but it's also not good for the animal in the industry. So if you start with 2 while you are waiting, it's going to actually help you to realize whether you like the animal, and to also learn quite a few things, so that when the big project starts, you are actually ready and you know quite a lot about the rabbits. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're just going to ask our panelists and their colleagues to just walk out. So this is what you can walk out and permit Mrs. Andy on top. She's going to place you where you're supposed to.